Could you all go back to your seat and settle down because we're about to start the program? Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, good morning, distinguished guests, fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ernest. I'm from A-Star Institute for Infocom Research, Singapore, and I will be your MC for today. A very warm welcome to all of you in Singapore, and welcome to ASEAN IVO Forum 2025. We have a very packed and exciting agenda for this morning, so I'm going to go straight to the first programs. First item in the programs, we have an opening address by Dr. Sun Sumei, Executive Director of A-Star Institute for Infocom Research, Singapore. So may I invite Sumei up to the stage, please.
Good morning. Your Excellency Ishikawa Hiroshi, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to Singapore, Professor Tokuda Hidoyuki, President of NICT, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you to ASEAN IVO Forum 2025 and also welcome you to Singapore. Since its establishment in 2015, this forum has been a cornerstone for collaboration between ASEAN and Japan, enabling researchers to exchange ideas, explore R&D programs, and also coordinate projects that address shared challenges. These include improving connectivity in rural and disaster-prone areas, overcoming language barriers, strengthening network security, and also advancing solutions in energy infrastructure and also agriculture. Such efforts reflect our collective commitment to progress and resilience. This year's forum brings together 6 topical areas, including ICT for food, ICT for environment protection and disaster prevention, ICT for a secure and smart community, ICT for health and welfare, ICT for inclusive digital services and governance, and ICT for advanced technologies and applications. We are proud to feature 24 presentations and 4 posters showcasing innovative research and practical applications. We are also honored to have Ms. Arisa Seong, Director of Technology Policy of Singapore's IMDA, Infocom Media Development Authority. She will deliver an invited talk titled Turning Challenges into Innovation with ICT. On behalf of the Institute for Infocom Research, Agency for Science, Technology and Research, or A-Star, we are privileged to co-organize this forum with NICT and host it here in Singapore. We hope you will find the discussions insightful and also the networking opportunities fruitful. Beyond the session, we also invite you to experience Singapore's rich cultural heritage, diverse cuisine, and also the vibrancy city life. Finally, let me also take time to briefly share Marron, the multimodal empathetic reasoning and learning in one network, the large language model we have been developing with the support of National Research Foundation and also IMDA as part of the National Multimodal Large Language Model Program. Marron offers open source speech-text large language models tailored for Singapore and also Southeast Asia with more than one way. We invite ASEAN IVO members to explore Marron and also collaborate in different ways, either in data sharing, in performance improvement, and also developing impactful applications. I'm also happy to share that I2R and NICT has already started a collaboration in this area to push the boundary of large language models. Thank you for joining us. Let us network together to strengthen partnership and advance innovation for the benefit of our region. Have a nice forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sumei. So next we have Dr. Tokuda Hideki, President of NICT Japan, to give his opening address. Please welcome Tokuda-san.
His Excellency Ishikawa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the ASEAN IVO Forum 2025. I'm Hideyuki Tokuda, President of NICT, National Institute of Information and Communications Technology, Japan. First of all, I would like to personally thank Dr. Sumei Sun, Executive Director, Institute for Infocom Research, I2R, ASEAN, Singapore, for being the local host for this Forum 2025. And I would also like to thank Ms. Arisa Xiong, Tech Policy Director, IMDA Singapore, for taking the time to attend this forum and give an invited talk on ICT policy and R&D programs in Singapore. Furthermore, I would like to express my sincere and special gratitude to His Excellency Ishikawa Hiroshi, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to Singapore, for participating and offering his welcome remarks. Thank you also to our local host, I2R, Dr. Francois Chimpo Singh, Dr. Ernest Kanyan, the co-secretary of the ASEAN IVO Forum 2025, as well as many other staff for all your hard work in planning, organizing, and running this event. And also a word of thanks to the member of the ASEAN IVO Steering Committee, the leaders of the 20 ASEAN IVO projects, and everybody giving presentations today in preparation for the call. Thank you all for attending the forum. We are very grateful that you have all gathered here for this forum in Singapore. The mission of the ISO-IVO is to seek and identify strategic ICT research area in the ASEAN region and promote collaborative research projects for realizing a sustainable and resilient society. In September this year, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the ASEAN IVO in Bangkok, Thailand. ASEAN IVO was established in February 2015 with 23 institutions. Today, we have 104 member institutions, and that number continues to grow. This is clear evidence of how important our activities are and how we resonate with each other in this common mission to innovate. Today, As a result of discussion with steering committee members, one additional presentation topic has been added to the forum. We have 24 oral presentations, which are selected from 64 submissions. And there are 4 poster presentations. The large number of participants shows the recognition of this forum in the ASEAN region among the researchers. We recognize the importance of open-minded collaboration with everyone in ASEAN region. I hope that we can forge strong new collaborations, striving together to resolve common societal challenges through the power of ICT on the basis of today's event. I hope that all of you will enjoy today and that you will find this forum a very fruitful event. That is all from me for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tokuda-san. Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Ishikawa Hiroshi, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to Singapore, to give his welcome remark. Please.
Ms. Arisa Sion, Director of Infocom Media Development Authority, Dr. Sumei Sun, Executive Director of Institute for Income Research, Dr. Tokuda Hideyuki, President of National Institute of Information and Communications Technology. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is a true honor to be with you all today at the ASEAN IVO Forum here in Singapore. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the 10th anniversary of ASEAN IVO's establishment. 10 years ago, ASEAN IVO began with 24 founding member institutions. Today, this network has expanded to an impressive 102 institutions. I deeply respect ASEAN IVO's continuous and dedicated efforts over the past decade. Just last month, at the ASEAN-Japan Summit held in Kuala Lumpur, attended by Ms. Takaichi Sanae, Prime Minister of Japan, shortly, only 4 days after taking office. At the meeting, she emphasized the continued importance of ASEAN plus ASEAN-Japan relationship built as trusted partners with heart-to-heart connections, demonstrating her strong determination to enhance our partnership up to an even higher stage. In this context, Prime Minister Takaichi particularly proposed deeper cooperation in digitalization, as well as joint research and researcher exchanges on cutting-edge technologies. This policy vision is precisely embodied by the initiatives taken by ASEAN IVO. In today's developing digital economy, ICT has become indispensable technology for enhancing productivity, creating new industries, and key to championing smart organizations, cities, even nations. At the same time, ICT has greatly contributed to solving challenges in various societal sectors, including agriculture, energy, water resources, language barriers, and disaster response. Recently, all these value creations enabled by ICT are significantly accelerated by AI, which is now integrated in a much wider range of social infrastructure. It was exactly on this recognition that our Prime Minister Takaichi proposed the launch of the new Japan-ASEAN Co-Creation Initiative for AI at the ASEAN-Japan Summit last month. While AI is a foundational technology for economic and social development, it has also been bringing about emerging challenges to us, some of which have direct impacts on our national security. Consequently, it is now a shared responsibility for us to enable us to utilize safe, secure, and trustworthy AI according to their needs, thereby creating new markets, solving societal challenges, and enhancing AI autonomy in each country. Japan has led international discussions for the realization of safe, secure, and trustworthy AI through initiatives such as the Hiroshima AI process. Furthermore, Japan has extensive experience in developing and promoting AI safety evaluation methods and standards at AC, AI Safety Institute, as well as a rich track record in AI development and utilization by close collaboration among the public, industrial, and academic sectors. Anchoring on these advantages, Japan will continue to build a safe, secure, and trustworthy AI ecosystem together with ASEAN countries through model development, human resource development, and co-creation of solutions. Finally, I'd like to conclude my remarks by expressing my sincere hope that today's AI IVO forum will serve as a valuable platform for all participants to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and foster new co-creation opportunities. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Ishikawa Hiroshi. So next in the program, we have an invited talk titled Turning Challenges into Innovations with ICT by Ms. Arisa Seong, Tech Policy Director from Infocom Media Development Authority, Singapore. Please welcome Ms. Arisa.
Good morning. Let me get a little bit organized. Test this. Okay. Your Excellency Hiroshi Ishikawa, Ambassador Extraordinaire and Plenipotentiary of Japan to Singapore. Dr. Tokuda Hideyuki, President of the National Institute of Information and Communication Technologies of Japan. Dr. Sumei-sun, Executive Director of A*STAR's Institute for Infocom Research. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. I would like to start by expressing my appreciation to our hosts, NICT, as well as I2R, for inviting me today to share this talk at this year's ASEAN IVO Forum. Today's conference explores how ICT-based solutions address regional and sustainability challenges across ASEAN. Just as smooth seas never made a skilled sailor, which is actually a quote that I saw yesterday by chance, and I thought it was actually very apt for this talk today. Such challenges could also help drive innovation. ICT development has always been a core tenet of economic and social development. For instance, empirical studies have shown that on average, a 10% increase in mobile adoption is associated with an uplift of GDP by 1%. Further, this positive economic effect accelerates by approximately 15% as mobile networks upgrade from one generation to the next. Looking ahead, generative AI is expected to be a key driving force of economic transformation and will also shape how societies consume information and interact. Today, I would like to share some of Singapore's initiatives in generative AI and advanced digital connectivity with you. I thought a good place to start is actually by looking back at general purpose technologies that have transformed past eras. a common theme across different general purpose technologies is the significant infrastructure investment that accompanies alongside. In the case of the steam engine, the investment in railroads in the 1980s amounted to 4.5% of GDP, allowing railroads to connect inland cities and catalyze trade. The electric motor in the 1920s and the internal combustion engine that followed saw 2.5% of GDP invested in automotive infrastructure, fundamentally changing mobility. Similarly, traditional mainframe hardware in the 1980s and 1990s commanded a 2% investment rate. Then came telecom era, maybe the most familiar with the participants here today, in the 1990s and 2000, where investment sat at around 1.5%. Today, the velocity of investment in Gen AI is growing. I think every day when I open the newspapers, I see a new investment deal of OpenAI with yet another compute or infrastructure hardware provider. The velocity of investment in Gen AI is growing, yet Gen AI capex is around 0.8% of GDP, suggesting that we are still early in the overall development cycle of AI. In fact, actually, the bulk of the investment in AI has gone into building AI. Around 90% of the investment in AI actually goes into building AI. Comparatively, only 10% goes into AI safety. I tried to look for rough statistics or numbers that would indicate the proportion of researchers in technical AI development versus that in AI safety, and there's no comprehensive figures, but estimates suggest that around 90% of researchers globally today are actually working on building AI, and only 10% on AI safety. Such a safety disparity in AI is also reflected in a McKinsey study of the state of AI in 2024. This study reported that a far higher proportion of organizations who consider AI risk relevant, so the top right chart here in this slide, is much higher than those that actually address said risks. The bottom right chart here, where you can see that the bars are a lot lower. These numbers collectively suggest that there is more to be done with respect to AI safety and addressing risks. Addressing AI risks is important because this can undermine progress towards the UN Sustainability Development Goals. For example, biased AI models might be at odds with the aim of reducing inequality in SDG number 10. Factuality of models and guarding against hallucination can help drive SDG 16 in ensuring public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms. Of course, a big bucket, I think, is trust in AI that underpins a number of SDGs, including SDG 9 to support technological development. There is no silver bullet to achieving AI safety, and Singapore takes a multifaceted approach through a principled governance framework, putting in place practical tools for industry to implement responsible AI safety principles, as well as actively co-create with industry towards a regime of AI safety that is practical and balances managing risks without stifling innovation. We were amongst the first in the world to articulate AI governance principles through the publication of our model AI governance frameworks for traditional AI in 2019. We subsequently introduced a generative AI iteration in 2024. These frameworks align with internationally recognized principles, including those set in the Hiroshima process that Ambassador referenced earlier. They enable companies to better understand risks, good governance practices, as well as promote responsible deployment of AI. We also support AI adoption in the region by collaborating with fellow ASEAN member states on the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics. But beyond frameworks, a core tenet of our approach to AI governance is to develop technical tools that help companies practically apply responsible AI principles. Two such tools that IMDA has developed is AI Verify for traditional AI systems, as well as Project Moonshot for generative AI systems that incorporate the responsible AI principles, testing and benchmark tools. Project Moonshot, for instance, also includes a rate teaming module that allows users to test various underlying models. As this is a fast evolving space and still very nascent, we open source these tools to crowd in contributions. This allows us to grow benchmarks available for the entire ecosystem. For example, we partnered with ML Commons to develop common safety testing benchmarks, which are then incorporated into Moonshot. As international teams are generally not particularly attuned to capturing regional culture and contextual elements, we took intentional efforts to participate in ML Commons AI security and multimodality workstreams to ensure that Southeast Asia specific elements are embedded into test sets that they are developing for international use. To harness the collective power and contributions of the global community, we created an open source community of AI industry practitioners in the AI Verify Foundation. Last but not least, these efforts are underpinned by AI safety research conducted by the Digital Trust Center, our National Center for R&D in Trust Technologies, which also supports the joint testing efforts in Singapore's AI Safety Institute as part of the global network of AI safety institutes alongside Japan and other countries. Beyond AI safety, having multilingual and multicultural AI models is key to safeguarding inclusive access to this fundamental technology across ASEAN. This is in line with key sustainable development goals of the UN, including SDG 11, to make our cities and settlements more inclusive, SDG 9, to foster regional innovation, and SDG 10, aimed at reducing digital inequality. As you can see here, GPT models are not most aligned in values with those, sorry, let me start again. As you can see here in the chart on the right, GPT models are most aligned in values with those of those countries in the Anglosphere and Protestant Europe. Comparatively, the ASEAN countries on the left highlighted in green boast incredible linguistic diversity, which becomes a barrier to digital inclusion if AI models only understand high-resource languages of the West. Hence, in 2023, IMDA partnered with AI Singapore and A*STAR to launch the National Multimodal Large Language Model Program, as Sumei introduced earlier. This program intended to develop base models that would take account of our regional's unique multilingual environment. This enable an intuitive and culturally aware AI applications in the region to be built on top, which have been used by research, industry, as well as for public and social good. Sea Lion here on the left, which stands for Southeast Asian Languages in One Network, is a family of open source models specifically built for our region. Its mission is regional focus to understand Southeast Asia's diverse linguistic and cultural complexities. We have achieved this through massive Southeast Asia data. Sea Lion was trained on 200 billion high-quality Southeast Asia tokens, including regional languages like Thai and Bahasa. Sea Lion also outperforms other open source models of similar size when tested on benchmarks relevant to Southeast Asia region. In fact, the Sea Lion team has also been instrumental in developing the benchmarks to test these Southeast Asian language capabilities through a suite of benchmarks called Sea Helm, which is open source and available online for those interested. Mera Lion, which stands for Multimodal Empathetic Reasoning and Learning in One Network, introduced by Su Mei earlier, is a speech-to-text model that excels at emotion detection, sentiment analysis in our native languages of English, Mandarin, Malay, and of course, Singlish, which is a combination of all the above. It also speaks our local dialects, which makes the tool more accessible to our seniors. These models have been catalyzing innovation to real-world deployment. For Sea Lion, AI Singapore partnered with Vistech and SEBX Group in Thailand to develop Wang Chen Lion, customized to take on the unique linguistic and cultural challenges of Thai. Wang Chen Lion topped Thai LLM leaderboards at launch and has been used to remove not safe for work content as well as gambling content. In Indonesia, GoTo adopted Sea Lion as a base for its own AI system, Sapahat AI. Sapahat operates across 5 different Indonesian languages. Amongst its many users, it powers GoTo's GoPay app, which is used by millions in Indonesia. Sea Lion has also been used for social good to develop the Mass Human Intelligence app to provide multilingual accessibility to victims of human trafficking and labor exploitation. It helps break language barriers to provide vital protection and legal assistance to migrant workers as well as trafficking victims across Southeast Asia. Marron has been incorporated in a number of industry solutions, including Axiom's AI's elderly care solution, which provides multilingual and emotion-aware support for seniors. Axiom AI's voice-based application accurately understands diverse local languages, analyze emotional states, and detect early signs of distress for timely caregiving intervention. Axiom is currently exploring the using Marron in scam call prevention, an issue of concern to our local seniors, given the increasing volume of scam calls of late. Marron has also been used in Fed Fish's assistive robots across education and healthcare sectors. It enables natural, multilingual, and context-aware human-robot interactions in learning environments as well as healthcare, rehabilitation, or therapy support. These AI use cases and innovation are undoubtedly exciting, but actually rely fundamentally on advanced digital infrastructure to deliver performance and user experience. World-class connectivity is fundamental infrastructure for a digital economy, especially as new needs emerge to support AI, such as high bandwidth, low latency for real-time inferencing of AI models, or low jitter for automated mobile robot piloting. Singapore has always invested early in our digital infrastructure, from putting in place our national broadband network, NBN, bringing nationwide 1 gigabit per second fiber to the home to households in Singapore. The Singapore government invested $1 billion in this initiative, and today, over 85% of residential homes are on a broadband plan of at least 1 gigabit per second. I know I certainly have a little bit more than that at home. What was actually also good as part of this initiative was that we introduced competition in the market by implementing a structural separation NetCo-OpCo model and mandating open access. This resulted in increased vibrancy in the market, with over 30 retail service providers entering and in the market today. Prices in the residential broadband market also halved to about $30 per month from $60 to $120 per month previously. We are not stopping there, and more recently last year, we are investing up to $100 million to upgrade the NBN network, targeting 10 gigabits per second symmetric speeds by 2028 for over 500,000 households. This infrastructure is crucial for scaling AI across all sectors. Investing ahead will help ensure our digital infrastructure is ready to tap on innovations enabled by Gen AI and beyond. Singapore was also one of the first countries in the world to have rolled out 5G standalone in 2020. By the end of 2025, so in a month's time, we will have hit over 95% coverage for 5G SA in Singapore. Beyond rolling out the networks, we have also invested in exploring innovation on top of 5G through our 5G innovation program that carry out 2 tranches of technical and commercial trials. I thought it's timely to share some of the innovation that 5G has enabled in some of these use cases. At our shipping port in Tuas, the Port of Singapore Authority is currently transitioning towards being able to be an unmanned port by 2040. It will do so by introducing the use of a variety of automation technologies, including the use of automated guided vehicles to move containers. Today, they are currently running with 300 AGVs, with a view to increase this 6 times to 2,000 AGVs in the coming years. Beyond AGVs, other automated vehicles will also be used, such as automated crane handling in the orange that you see at the top right here, as well as for automated gantries and container tracking systems. 5G is important to enable the use of these technologies to provide high bandwidth and low latency connectivity, but more importantly, to allow network slicing, to ensure dedicated network resources, to maintain continuous uptime of port services. At NUHS, 5G is enabling mixed reality surgery that allows for a simplified surgical procedure. Let me walk you through this thoracic surgery example in this slide. Today, when a thoracic surgery to remove for instance, identified cancer cell or growth in a patient is identified, this actually requires disparate sources of surgical information. Some collected before the surgery, so for instance, the use of a CT scan, as well as ultrasound, as well as pre-surgical procedures where a camera is actually inserted into the patient to get a closer and more detailed view of the cancer mass. So the surgeon today actually would have disparate sources of information that it has to look across different screens. This information is also presented in a 2D format. And the pre-surgical procedure of inserting the camera actually lengthens the surgical process, as well as entails potential complications from that procedure itself. With mixed reality surgery, a 3D scan of the patient and the tumor can be made and overlaid onto the patient's body directly, providing a consolidated source of information at point of surgical site. The information is unified and 3D in nature. This negates the need to actually conduct the pre-surgical step of inserting the camera into the patient, which not only saves surgical time, but also eliminates the associated potential complications that comes about as a result of this surgical procedure. Overall, this will lead to better health outcomes. The last use case I wanted to share is around QuickBot's use of automated mobile robots for last mile delivery at South Beach Tower. Today, there is some processing capabilities on board AMRs that allows it to navigate our environment. But in Singapore, we have very dense footfall traffic with many barriers. So sometimes this can result in situations where the AMR is stuck and hence require an operator, or sometimes we refer them to as AMR nannies, to go and save or rescue the robot from these stuck and trapped situations. 5G actually will enable cloud processing to supplement AMR onboard processing for enhanced intelligence. So it will be able to better navigate high traffic environments as well as barriers such as gantries and lifts. It will also enable remote teleoperations via a command center to pilot AMRs out in a case where it does get stuck. So today we may require one robot nanny per AMR. With the use of remote teleops, we can do one to many AMRs. This will help improve operational effectiveness of the AMR fleet as a whole, as well as improve ROI for this use case, which is important to actually the sustainability of 5G innovation. Let me conclude in the same way as I started with a quote, this time by ASEAN SecGen Mr. Kao Kim Hoon, who underscores that digital transformation must be inclusive and sustainable. These are also central tenets of the UN's SDGs. In our trials and programs, we have addressed early experimentation of technologies, ensured that tech is locally relevant, including to our linguistic diversity and rich cultural diversity across ASEAN. And last but not least, that the tech is trusted. More needs to be done, and I hope today's discussion can help shape a part of this important journey to turn challenges into innovation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Arisa. Yes. And then may I also invite Dr. Sumei Sun, Executive Director of A-Star I2R, up on stage. And also His Excellency Ishikawa Hiroshi-san, please come up on stage, and as well as Ms. Arisa Seong, please come up on stage.
Actually, we have you stand a bit further forward so that you're not having the projector shine on all of you. Please do. Much better.
Okay, first presentations to Dr. Sumei Sun. All right, so next is presentations to Ms. Arisa Seong. And next, presentations to His Excellency Ishikawa Hiroshi. Okay, so may go back to your seat. Next in the agenda will be group photo taking. You can come back first, yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to take the group photo. We will be arranging some chairs on the stage, and we are also, I believe, arranging some chairs in front of the stage. We would like to ask people sitting in the front row to please sit in the chairs. In particular, I would like to ask that その理事長と数名さんは一番前の。Okay. Emoto-san will guide specifically President Tokuda and Dr. Sume to their seats. Everyone else, it's free seating and free standing, but seating is primarily for VIPs and or steering committee members. Otherwise, it is a free-for-all. Please arrange yourself in more or less 4 rows. Thank you. Hi. Okay, so there is a row immediately behind the front row of chairs. If we could have all of the steering committee members standing in that row, that would be great. Thank you. Sorry, nobody prepared a seating chart this time, so. It's random. Yes, it's all free seating and standing on stage.
You look like this.
o'clock. Yeah. Oh, stay in this hotel. Not just no hotel. Yeah.
To run the parallel session.
Okay, so the next is gonna be starting at 11:10, so it'll be a parallel session. The chair of this session is going to be Dr. Franz A. de Leon, Department of Science and Technology, Advanced Science and Technology Institute from Philippines. Yeah.
Why don't they have audio? Why don't they have audio?
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone had a good tea or coffee break. So let's start this session on ICT for food. Just a few reminders regarding the bell. So the first bell will ring when there are 6 minutes left, and then 2 minutes at the end of the presentation. So that's on the 15-minute marker. And then 3 bells when the whole session is over, including Q&A. So the first presenter is from the Philippines, and his presentation would be on ICT-enabled food price forecasting system for food security in the Philippines. So please, you may start your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John A. Bacus, and I am from the Mapua Malayan Colleges of Mindanao from the Philippines. And I'll be presenting to you my proposal, or our proposal, entitled ICT-enabled food price forecasting. Food price forecasting system for food security in the Philippines. So the food price volatility poses a major threat to the food security in the Philippines, as stated by the Philippine Statistics Authority in 2025. According to them, the Philippines is the most food insecure in East and Southeast Asia. Similarly, according to Montaño 2025 in his paper, empirical studies confirm that the high volatility of domestic food prices, and also he found strong persistence and seasonal effects in price behavior from October 1994 to April in 2024. From the demand side, research shows that the Filipino households display relatively inelastic demand for rice, which is the income elasticity of 0.26, indicating that consumers cannot easily reduce rice consumption when prices rise, which intensifies vulnerability to price, as stated by Valera et al. At 2022. So the target of this proposal are primarily, first is to develop a predictive model capable of forecasting long-term food prices in the Philippines using the historical data and machine learning techniques. So the World Food Program has already the data the data available online, which is the data set had from the year 2000 to 2023, including the following variables: the date, the region, the province or the city, the specific market, price, the latitude and longitude, which is the place where the price is at, category, which are the cereals and tubers, the meat, fish, the eggs, vegetables and fruits, the oil and the fats, the commodities as well, which is the specific food, the unit price type, the currency in PHP and USD. So the specific targets for that one is we're going to use that existing data set from the World Food Program, which again includes from year 2000 to 2023. So the specific targets are to develop and evaluate predictive models for accurate long-term food price forecasting. So it is mentioned here the 3 classical machine learning models, the RF, the linear regression, and the gradient boosting. But also, we are going to use the ARIMA and the Holt Winters exponential smoothing, or the HWES, which will generate the stable and long-term forecasts in the year 2025 to 2045. Also, we are going to analyze and regional and categorical drivers of food price fluctuations, which are the commodity type, the seasonality, and geography, to generate interpretable and policy-relevant insights. Next is to design and implement an ICT-based forecasting platform, which will integrate machine learning outputs into a user-friendly dashboard for our policymakers, our dear farmers, and the traders. And will also facilitate regional knowledge transfer and collaboration, sharing methodologies, the data sets, and the tools with the ASEAN partners that we had to enable adaptation in diverse contexts. So for us to be able to solve, so the solution for objective number 1 is to develop and evaluate predictive models for long-term food price forecasting. So as you can see, there is an overall framework that shows how we will be creating this project. So this framework of the food price forecasting system will begin by processing historical price data from the year 2010 to 2023. Then, we will use the feature engineering to transform new data to meaningful inputs. Like, for example, since we have different classifications, we will use one-hot encoding for the feature engineering. We'll use we'll use the classical machine learning models to evaluate the short-term predictive performance, and we will also employ again ARIMA and the Holt Winters exponential smoothing which are more appropriate for the modeling temporal trends and producing multi-year projections. So for solution number 2, we are going to assess the significance of regional and categorical features such as the commodity type, geographic location, and seasonality influencing food price predictions. So here, we'll assess how regional differences, commodity types, and seasonality influences food price behavior. As you see on the left, we'll show the average prices across the Philippine region. So from year 2010 to 2023, we can initially see that the average price in PHP is in the Mindanao and Visayas region, it tends to have lower food prices than in the Urbani and northern areas, which is, if you can see on the graph, no, the highest price belongs to a very urban area in the Philippines. So for the solution number 3 is we're going to design and implement an ICT-based forecasting platform. So we'll design an ICT-based forecasting platform that allows users to explore future food prices interactively. So this platform will show interactive dashboards, as you can see, that can select the region, the commodity groups, and scenarios, and we'll also display the system accuracy and also its metrics, that the trend results and the regional disparities. So what's its significance of this? So this will help and enhance the decision support, or will act as a decision support tool for government agencies planning food security interventions. And for solution 4, we will be sharing it with our ASEAN partners to promote regional replication and strengthen ICT-based food security collaboration. So what is its impact? So the system will empower the Philippine policymakers and farmers with timely AI-driven forecasts for stable food prices. It will strengthen national food security planning by identifying regional disparities and predicting future market conditions. And through its open ICT-based framework, the project promotes transparency, resilience, and data-informed governance. And ultimately, it contributes to ASEAN food system stability and the Sustainable Development Goal, number 2, which is the zero hunger, through collaborative technology-enabled forecasting. So the output or outcome for scientific, the project produces a validated machine learning-based forecasting model, which is capable of long-term food price prediction up to 2045, produce or introduce a novel ICT-integrated forecasting dashboard that demonstrates how AI and data science can be applied to food security analytics, contributes to the growing field of applied AI in the agricultural economics, which provides a transferable model for similar use in our ASEAN nations. For societal impacts, This project will generate an open access data sets and interactive forecasting tool that can be used by policymakers, farmers, and researchers, enables evidence-based decision-making, which potentially reduces impact of the price shocks on low-income households in improving food affordability. The platform also encouraged data transparency and public participation in food system monitoring. For collaboration, the initiative establishes new partnerships among academic institutions, government agencies, and the ASEAN ICT researchers, opens opportunities for regional collaboration, joint research publications, and cross-border data sharing for food security. The model's open design invites future integration with our regional partners in the ASEAN and beyond. So the project contributes to SDG number 2 and SDG number 9 through technological innovation in agriculture, and it lays the groundwork for a regional early warning system for food price instability under the ASEAN IVO framework. In the long term, it builds resilience, inclusivity, and innovation in Southeast Asia's digital food systems. So in conclusion to this presentation, the project will develop and evaluate a machine learning-based food price forecasting system to strengthen food security in the Philippines. It will also analyze regional and commodity level drivers of price fluctuations and integrate findings into an ICT-enabled dashboards for real-time policy use. And we using over the 100,000 records from the World Food Program, models such as the linear regression, the random forest gradient boosting with the ARIMA, and the Holt-Winters exponential smoothing. We will use them to train forecast prices up to the year 2045. An interactive web-based platform will be designed to visualize results, simulate policy scenarios, and issue early warnings for potential price shocks. Scientifically, the project will advance the application of AI in agricultural economics and introduce a reusable ICT framework for food price forecasting. Socially, it will empower our farmers, traders, and policymakers through data-driven insights that enhance market stability and protect our low-income consumers. The framework will be adaptable for ASEAN-wide collaboration, promoting regional cooperation in ICT and food security analytics, and it will contribute to the UN SDG number 2 and strengthen ASEAN resilience against food price volatility. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Mabuhay, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Bacus. So at this point, we open the floor if you have any questions for the presenter.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation because food, everybody needs food.
yes. That
Not only in Philippines, also in Indonesia and everywhere. Now my question is, when you are talking about food, what kind of food you mentioned? Because in Philippines, the staple food, as far as I understand, is rice. But is it only rice, or you also include other type of food because it is different? Yeah?
Yes.
The situation might be different. The other staple food. The other one is that how you make the data based on the historical data.
Yeah.
How you include the the high changing situation today. For example, climate change.
Yes.
Or
Seasonal.
U.S. policy change and so on. How your machine learning can adopt that the changes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for that question. So I agree with you that the staple food for the Philippines and for Indonesia, for our ASEAN partners, we have rice. But for the data set, we will include actually, since the World Food Program has a readily available data set, and in that data set, it already included the cereals and tubers. We have the meat, the fish, eggs, vegetables and fruits, the oil and fats, and those are just the major classifications. And under that, we have the commodities and each specific food that is already there, like specific meat. And for the second question, you also asked about the seasonal trends. What if there are changes from the policies? That is actually a really good question, since Since this system is to like inform the policymakers, so that is actually one of the goals, so that there will be no price shocks that will happen, and we will actually collaborate with them so that we could do what potentially we will for things that will happen to that one.
Questions. 3 questions. You mentioned about AI. So what will be your approach? Is it deep learning or is it reinforced learning?
Yes. For the years 2010 to 2023, initially we used the classical machine learning tools, and then for the future forecasting, we're going to use the deep learning.
Okay. Will it be short term, medium, long?
Long term.
Long term forecasting. So meaning you'll be forecasting for next year.
Yeah, initially we plan to like forecast yearly or every 5-year interval.
Okay. I would like to suggest you may include short term, medium, and long term.
Okay.
Because you are talking about price. Long term will be a bit useless maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Who will be your target of this particular proposal? Is it the government or retailers?
Yes, that's right. For the policymakers, the retailers, the farmers.
And the last, going back to, is it going? What sort of food will be included in your forecast?
The food classifications fall under the cereals and tubers, the specific niche, meat, fish.
Can I suggest maybe you look into the category of foods rather than the type of food itself? Maybe one is import dependent, because as a policymaker, I think that will be very important. Let's say you import all of maybe I don't know, wheat from certain countries. Maybe you need a good forecasting tool.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one. The other one is maybe disaster related.
Yes.
So then maybe you also have collaboration with your disaster agency, maybe to predict future trends, typhoons, earthquake, volcano. So I think there will be 2, rather than specific foods type, maybe types of what do you call it, disruptions.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is noted. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other question?
A short question, only. The other part of your proposal is food security.
Yes.
What do you mean under food security and the related from the food price forecasting and food security?
Okay, so this is under the food security, since it will help our policy and for the policy and the decision support for our farmers, for our low-income households. So we can actually, the government or the policymakers can recommend price controls or SRPs, the suggested retail products prices rather. They could adjust the importation volume, such as the pork, the rice, the onions. That is one also application for decision support. They could anticipate food shortages and coordinate early interventions, guide for the budgeting for subsidies or food programs as well, and they could also prepare in inflation mitigation strategies as well.
In my opinion, I think you should emphasize on the other part, how the research result can contribute to the food security.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I will take note of that one.
All right. Still have 2 minutes. Yeah, I agree with the comments and suggestions of our esteemed members from the steering committee. Probably the message is that the price of food, that's the observable variable, but behind that there are many factors. Yes. Policy, climate change. I would also suggest including local data. I understand the primary source is the World Food
Program. Yeah, actually that is the Philippine data
Program.
set.
All right, Philippine. Is that from the Philippine Statistics Authority?
Yes.
All right. So we could also include other factors such as local inflation. So what affected the inflation? So very interesting study and very much correlated to, especially contributing to the food security, which is paramount to everyone here, to all of us, actually. Last minute for other question. Yes.
Good morning. Yeah, it's a very interesting presentation and very good. I just want to ask you about your strategy. You know, how could you bring all this to the government so that they could come in and give the policy away in terms of what you have found? I believe those at the government already have all the data. So how would be this project different from that? Thank you.
The first one is actually, this is the first step, the visibility of the project. So I'm presenting in front of you that there is a need for food security, and one of that is this one. And actually, there are also fundings, aside from, there are project calls in my country as well. So maybe try applying for that as well, so that they could hear, and this project could be more visible to them as well.
All right, another suggestion, get involved with our ministries, concerned ministries already, right from the start. So you would have their full support, even give you more data for your study. All right.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Bacchus, for your very interesting presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so the next presentation is from Cambodia. The title is Automating Farmer Interview Transcriptions with Speech and Generative AI, Low Resource ASR Approach for Cambodian Agriculture.
So a very good morning, everyone. My name is Lai Hing, and I am an AI researcher at Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. And it's my pleasure to present my proposed topic on automatic farmer interview transcription with speech and generative AI, a low-resource ASR approach for Cambodian agriculture. And this project is conducted under the Institute of Digital Research and Innovation. So as a matter of fact, rice is an important staple crop, especially in Asia, where it is a key food source, and agriculture remains a cornerstone of Cambodia's economy. In 2022, about 36.6% of the workforce was employed in agriculture, contributing around 22% of the national GDP. In 2022, Cambodia exported approximately 330,000 tons of processed rice. Therefore, the Cambodian government supports the agricultural sector by investing and improving the agriculture productivity by promoting the irrigation and agri-tech solution. And to ensure the interventions are effective, the governments and local partners need to go to the field in order to interview with the farmers. With this constraint, the condition of the interview is located in a real condition which contains noise and overlap speaking. After the interview is completed, the social science researcher need to analyze this recording. They need to do the manual task by transcribe the speech one by one. And this process is very time-consuming, costly, and the delays in the data analysis. And this bottleneck significantly affects the timeliness and efficiency of the agricultural projects. Therefore, our goal of this project are, first of all, we aim to develop an automatic system that can transcribe Khmer farmer interview collected in the real field condition and can identify the speaker in the recording, specifically interviewers and interviewee. And then we aim to utilize generative AI to produce quick insight, analysis, and summarize from the long interviews. And then we also aim to build a management system tool that helps the social science researchers to organize, store, and retrieve their interview data. Following that, we also aim to provide a friendly web-based interface so that the user can upload the audio and directly obtain a structured output for their analysis. And finally, we aim to reduce the time of the data collection for the data analysis so that the field data can be used to transfer into the policy and decision-making faster. So this is our proposed system architecture. The process starts with the audio upload from the agricultural or social science researcher. So once the audio is uploaded into the system, the audio is processed into the voice activity detection. So this component will separate the speech content and the non-speech content. Once the speech content is separated from the non-speech content, it will be processed to the speaker diarization in order to identify the interviewers and the interviewees. And then the speech chunk of the interviewer and the interviewee will be processed to the Khmer automatic speech recognition in order to transcribe the speech into text. The transcribed text will be then processed into our generative AI component in order to generate the summarization and to highlight the key insights for the social science researchers. In order to implement this project successfully, we propose the timeline as follows. First, we will start with the data collection. We will collect the raw interview and focus group audio from the agricultural researcher in the field in order to ensure we align with the real condition of the speech. And then we will perform the data cleansing and pre-processing by performing the formatting and sampling rate conversion and noise check. And then we will segment the long recording into the small audio chunks in order to fit into our AI model. And then we will annotate our audio chunk in order to use it for the model training and model evaluation. Once we get the data, we will process with the model development by selecting the most suitable AI model for low resource ASR and diarization, tailored for Khmer language. And then we will fine-tune the pre-trained multilingual model on the collected field data that we have annotated. And then we will evaluate the model on the real test data set. And then we will develop our web application by designing a user-friendly web application for social science researcher and integrate the AI model, including automatic speech recognition, diarization, and generative AI into the web backend. And then we will implement the feature for uploading the audio and downloading structured transcript. And in the final phase, we will do the testing and deployment by conducting end-to-end testing with the real field user in order to validate the usability and accuracy. And then we will refine the models and interface based on the feedback as needed. And finally, we will deploy the system for the operational use in the research projects. So for the outcome, we aim to push the boundary of the automatic speech recognition for low resource language like Khmer in order to demonstrate how generative AI can enhance the transcription and the data analysis. And we will deliver a user-friendly web application that the researcher can use to upload the audio and to obtain the structured transcript and insights. And we also expect to create opportunity for the joint work between AI researchers and social science researchers in Cambodia and ASEAN. So for the outcome, we will develop an automatic speech recognition pipeline tailored for Khmer farmer interview speech by applying in a low resource language and to develop the user-friendly web-based application so that the researcher can upload and to retrieve the information for efficient key insight analysis. And we also create the opportunity for the collaboration between the ASEAN members because, for example, like Khmer is a low resource language. It's very challenging to develop the large language model. So for the conclusion, this proposed research innovation offers the solution to reduce the manual workload for social science researcher and improving the efficiency of the data collection and data analysis. And the web-based application makes advanced AI tool accessible to non-technical user, bridging the gap between researcher and AI technology. And the approach is scalable and can be extended to other ASEAN local languages and domains. And with further collaboration, I believe it could serve as a shared resource for low-resource speech technology across the regions. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soklay. So now we open the floor for your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Yes, it is important to know exactly the outcome of the interview. My question is, because here in your presentation you said you are using AI system like ChatGPT, Gemini, generative AI, and so on. I mean, how can you make sure that the AI you use is not producing the so-called AI generated errors? I mean, like the one, the study made by Deloitte for the Australian government. It's full with AI generated errors. I mean, several $100,000 study was rejected by the government, Australian government, because it is full with errors and false references and even false quotation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question. So I would like to confirm this as well. So we aim to develop the automatic speech recognition system by our own, and then we pass the transcript into the generative AI for further analysis. So we will make sure that human will be in the loop. So first we will select a few generative AI. That's why I include different AI model, including ChatGPT, Gemini. So we will evaluate by using the human, and then we will use the prompt engineering because I believe in the context of the generative AI right now, if we input the right prompt, it will produce the right result. And this one, the result is the same, except we just want the AI in order to do the summarization for us. So it produces the short text from our fine-tuned transcription model.
So are you going to have it recorded, or is it going to be live, the dictation software?
So for this one, it's the offline one.
So this is the offline?
Yes. Because based on the experience, like we have the partners where they need us to develop the system for them, because they go to the field every week and they have perhaps 40 or 50 hours per week, so they need us to do the transcription for them.
Yeah, but you still need training for the model. How are you going to do the training?
Yes, for the model training, we will start with the data collection, because right now we have the data in in-house, but that one is not tailored for the field interview.
How many hours of data?
In-house?
Yeah.
So right now we have 150 hours for Khmer language.
I think in about more than 5,000 probably.
But in this context, we will use the large pre-trained model, for example, like Well2Wake, because it's pre-trained on 500,000 languages.
Those does not include also dialects, right? So those are maybe standard Cambodian.
Yes.
What about the transcription? Is it going to be in Roman, or is it going to be using Khmer script?
We will use Khmer script.
Khmer script. So that's another issue, right?
Yes. So we will tailor for Khmer first.
Right. So my suggestion is that the modeling itself, I think you need to put effort on the data sets.
Yes, you are right.
Definitely 150 hours is not sufficient, so I think you need at least a few thousand. So that's one thing. And then maybe you can make it online later. Maybe that's much better. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
How many speakers will be detected in your proposed method?
Okay, so for that one, based on the requirement of our partner, they mentioned like it's a one-to-one interview.
Oh,
so
only
it's
two
supposed
speakers.
to be two speakers, but there will be a challenging problem because they need to go to the field. So it's the open space, and sometimes there will be the overlap speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Two questions, please. The first one is, you talk about the noise, and between the group of the people, the user, the farmer, I mean, there is one is a voice and the other might be a noise.
Yes.
And how can you separate from this? And the second question is, you use generative AI to generate the output, and how do you evaluate the result? And what is the good and what is not good?
Okay, thank you. So I will answer the first question. So we will use the speaker enhancement for the case of the noisy condition and overlap speaker. And at the same time, based on the literature review, we will collect the real environment data set. That's why I have mentioned we have 150 hours in-house data set, but it's recorded in the audio and the continuous speak. But in order to make sure that our system is robust enough, we will ask the social science researcher which go to the field to use that data, which is the real data, which contains the noise at the same time. And I believe that Well2Vec will be robust enough when we fine-tune with that one on top of the speaker enhancement. And regarding the second question, I would like to answer that. I think I have answered that question already. So we will evaluate by using human in the loop, and we also select a few models. And in that case, we will just do the summarization and to extract the key highlights. So we will use the prompt engineering to ensure that it selects the relevant data.
Last question. Are you going to develop this from scratch, or are you using some other tools already available?
For the one, I will not develop from scratch. I will use the pre-trained model.
Is it Whisper or?
It's Well2Vec.
So if you use Whisper, then you can use transfer learning.
Yes.
Then you won't be needing 1,000 hours of recording. So you need maybe a few hundred will be sufficient. So maybe that's one way to cut short all these things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your suggestion. Because Whisper is also another candidate in my mind, but I need to do experiment between Well2Vec and Whisper.
I have a question.
Okay, thank you.
Since you're using the public generative AI, how do you govern the privacy and so on?
Okay, thank you for your question. So there will be a trade-off. There will be a trade-off of that between the efficiency of the time using the AI and the privacy. So for that one, we will use the we will host it in our local server for that one. So we will use the open source generative AI. For example, like DeepSeek, we can host it in our local server. So we will choose different generative AI, because right now we have different generative AI. Yes.
Thank you very much. Have you? What are your approaches to verification or validation? Would there be other data sets that you'll be using to do some cross-validation, for example?
Yes, so for that one, I will mention about the two pipelines. So the first one is the automatic speech recognition system pipeline, which we will build by our own. So we will use the evaluation metrics, for example, what error rate and evaluate character error rates, in order to check the goal data set and the reference. I mean, the reference and the hypothesis data set generated by our trained model. So based on that, we can see the accuracy of the ASO system. But for the generative AI part, we will use the human in order to check the result, whether it's acceptable or not.
Hi, here at the front.
Oh, sorry.
Curious question. Has there been a previous studies or research on Khmer ASR? And if yes, what's the performance of those studies?
Yes, so because I'm developing the ASR for my organization as well, so we use the statistical framework based on CARDI, CNN, TDNN, so the accuracy is 92%. But yes, but we focus on 5 different domains, including agriculture, but it's not robust enough when it comes to the continuous speech and the noisy condition. That's why we need to test with the state-of-the-art architecture, for example, like Voice-to-Wake and Whisper.
I see. So that's the glass ceiling that you have to break, I guess, with your study. So probably you've mentioned that at least for the speaker diarization, it's not clearly shown here, but I guess there will be pre-processing as well of the audio. For example, noise removal if necessary. Would that be done as well?
Yes, it will be done with the speaker enhancement when it comes to the inference. But when it comes to training, we will use the speech which also contains the noise as well.
All right. Just a bit of caution, or probably you have done this as well. Sometimes pre-processing speech files, noise removal, or other processes can affect the intelligibility of the speech. So you might want to observe that as well in your
Yes,
study.
because it will lead into the bias. Because let's say that if the data set is clean and we test with the noisy, so it will not perform as well as we expect. But if we train with the noise condition and we test with the noise condition, I think it can be robust.
Right. And I guess if your study becomes successful, which we hope will be, aside from agriculture, this can be, of course, applied to other fields as well, isn't it?
Yes.
We still have a minute. Any final question, suggestion from the floor? If none, there's last one. All right.
Thank you. I am not familiar for your field, but I just know generative AI. Usually, there are many generative AI available, many programs, right? But why you select only ChatGPT? And when we do in the, like in medicine, right? When we poop, we at least use at least T program for poop our collect or not. But in your study, how many programs that you use? If it's not the same of your use in the one program like this, how to sure which one is correct? My question.
Okay, thanks for your question, because we are also in the phase of the feasibility study. That's why we just select ChatGPT and Gemini, but we will do the evaluation if these two models produce the hallucination or the unexpected result. We will select another candidate for the generative AI. Yes.
All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Saklay, for your presentation.
Thanks.
Now we move on to the last presentation before lunch. All right, so the next presentation is from Vietnam, and it's on agricultural IoT system with edge intelligence. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Just my name is Minh. I come from the Vietnam, the Port and Telecommunication Institution of Technology. I want to say my topic is agricultural IoT system with the edge intelligence. So in this proposal is background. We are recognized as in some current limitation of the agriculture IoT. As the since by recognized by my previous proposal, we can see is and some challenges and some issue like the basic monitoring only. That the existing system provide data collection without intelligent decision making capability. So, and second one is like a periodic analytic, no real-time autonomous control or predict insight for precision agriculture. So now we can see more about for the farmer, like the language barrier, like limited multi-language support, resist knowledge sharing across ASEAN region. And the last, we are focusing on is security vulnerability. That means in liquidity protection again involving cyber threats in distributed IoT network. So we can see is a critical gap. ASEAN agriculture needs an intelligent, autonomous system and that integrated expert knowledge with real-time IoT analytics when ensuring robust cybersecurity and multilingual accessibility. So that we want to move and some research object, we define and some work package in one of the object is a multimodal AI integration. We want to develop and deploy multimodal mix of aspect MOE model integrated with the multi-language RAG LLM capability, combine expert knowledge with IoT data analytics for the enhanced decision support across my want to develop is the Vietnam, Thai, Malay, and the English is my group. In the second one is the objective 2 is the autonomous as edge control is this theoretic, and the technique we'll be focusing on is autonomous as the control. That's we want to build autonomous control system powered by edge intelligence, enabling real-time decision making, optimizing operation over semantic communication. We will be explain more about is the new tech on the semantic communication later. And the object 3, intelligent cybersecurity. As you know, the cybersecurity is a very, very challenging today. So I want to develop more and design intelligent cybersecurity framework adapt to the 5G or 6G network, ensuring data safety and protection against complexity using AI-driven anomaly detection. So that for our proposed method for work package 1, we are focusing on is the multimodal MOE with the RAG LLM. That's the expected outcome. We want to try to build in robust AI-driven decision support system. It's an actionable recommendation for the precision agriculture and enhanced reasoning across linguistic boundary and superior interference accuracy over general LLM. So, and the work package 2, focusing on in the autonomous edge control, we want to implement in some strategy like the develop as computing nodes for local processing. Is to make and the edge computing more and more intelligent. So embedded AI ML for autonomous integration and featureization is the main task for the farmer, and enable real-time pest or disease management. We want to conduct the field trial in the Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand. So we want to support in the party autonomously control system that adapt to field conditions in real time, even poor network connectivity. So in the work package 3, we focus on the intelligent cybersecurity. So we want to build a security framework with some component like that ML-based anomaly detection. It's the AI-powered identification and early detection. And second one is along with the blockchain, we want to make some data auditability and tamper-proof storage. It's to make privacy and to make a higher security for that. So to adapt to the 5G or 6G compatibility, that's we want to bring in this our framework security distributed IoT deployment on the next gen network. So we can see and some technical approach, our technical approach like that. For the lightweight scalable security architecture is our main purpose. And the second one is the automated detection response based on the ML or the AI model. More for the security with the that's very important for the explainable when using AI or ML model. We are focusing on the AI for enhanced reliability for the decision. So, and the last is the most important. We all want to make more higher privacy aware data protection for as the edge device. So we want to validation in the penetration testing, simulation, and real world development across to the many countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, and I want to invite to some partner to join with us. So in the implemented plan and timeline, we are trying to image that means at least 24 months for the project duration. So in this, and some partner join with us. In this one, beside and some institution and university, we are getting some mimosa tech company in the Vietnam. They have that's now this IoT system they can to cover for the 600 farmer. I think that's very convenient for the trial or experiment in develop and some the idea. So we are trying to image that so testing, validation strategy, and testing location in the Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand. In the experiment ritual design, is the control and environment testing, commercial farm development, and some multi-crop validation like tomato, vegetable, and fruit. So, and validation metric, we are trying to validate by and some decision accuracy and response time, and resource optimization, water, fertilizer, engineer, and system reliability and uptime and security detection risk. So, in scientists, technological impact, we are focused for as a four category. It's the one you want to view as a novel MOE architecture. So as you know, and the experience of the farmer, the different between among the country. The question is, and how to integrate it in this our database, and how to train it, and how to make it in reliability. So we are want to using and some multimodal mix-up experts model for the farmer expert knowledge with the heterogeneous IoT data and in context aware reasoning, supervisor linear LLM agriculture domain. So and second one is the edge intelligence advancement. So we are want to try to develop and some tiny ML model for the resource constrained device is enabling responsibility agriculture system with the poor connectivity. As you know, and some farm is located in the rural. So we need and so a lot of the transmission to between is the, for example, the center is the cloud to the edge computing. So that's we are try to define and try to make and some new communication like the semantic communication. I think it's that's a very favor with the agriculture because and sometimes we are do not need to know the exactly is the parameter, and sometimes we see it like the fuzzy system. That means the semantic communication that may be adapt to this case, the scenario. So, and the third, we have always to continue working with the cyber security. It's a cyber security is my personal. So, I think that is security framework for the AI, ML, attack prevention, early detection, and integration with the 5G or 6G technology, with the XAI enhance the reliability, addressing emergencies is the distributed IoT system. That's what we talk about in the edge device or edge computing. That means we can see that in the future we can work with the distributed system. Is it not centralized? Everything come to the cloud and to calculate and to give the decision, and sometimes it's a big delay or tolerant delay that's not adaptive with this case. So, and the fourth, we are want to multi-language knowledge transfer is a cross-linguistic agriculture advisor breaking language barrier across ASEAN countries. So enabling inclusive technology adoption and knowledge sharing. So we are want to move in the project's output and outcome. I think it's this our project. We are hope that we can get and some scientific output like that. It's a novel technology, MOE, RAZ, LMM architecture, and TinyML for edge device, AI-driven cyber security framework, and open source platform. That's a free network monitoring tool for the agriculture is the IoT security. And we are trying to make a small case for the digital twin platform. It can be used for the predicted simulation system for resource optimization. I think that can be. So, and resource publications that we want to make and some real and to try to make our idea and to confirm and validate by the scientists in the world. So, as last in our quantity and societal outcome technology transfer capability between public data sets and policy recommendation. And I want to make a more and expand its collaborative over international workshop and want to invite a new partnership in the ASEAN country. So that's the last. I want after we have done my previous project from the IVO. It's the only time for the IVO support. So we are recognized and some key limitation from my previous proposal. So I recognize that in the key transformation is still if you get a new proposal. It's a AI on edge, communication enhanced, security enhanced, and geographic expansion. That's it. So it's thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Min. So at this point, we open the floor for your questions. So let me start. Mr. Min, just for clarity of the proposed system, is there a particular crop or produce which the system would fit into? Or would you cover several crops or produce?
Yeah. It's my main topic is just only for the two challenges. As the first of all, and how to enhance is the IoT system performance. The performance of the IoT system by and some support by some AI and ML model. And the second one is security. And the second one, security, I got to know that is the data set as knowledge and everything can be affected to is the cyber security. That means the cyber security is very important in this our project. Yeah.
Also, if I understand correctly, it means that somehow you intend to capture the intelligence of or perspectives from different ASEAN collaborators. So for example, from Vietnam, from Thailand, or whomever would be part of your study. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Just a hypothetical question. What if there's a conflicting advice from one country to another? How would the system handle that? Just hypothetical. For example, there's a problem, and that, or there's a certain concern. For hypothetical, Thai approach is this approach, Vietnam approach is this approach. But if you implement those two, it would seem conflicting. So how do you think the system would handle that situation?
Just mean is you talk about in the difference between this IoT device or system.
Yeah, okay.
For example, Vietnam and Malaysia or Thailand are different.
Okay.
Okay. So that I think that as you know, in the device can be work different between the hardware operating system, but in the fact that we are focused only on the based on model, this AI ML model, and to can plug in and to access over API, and that's maybe I think is, and sometimes we try to work with some different hardware, so in that's okay.
All right, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Hong, for your very good presentation on this. I just want to check with you a bit on how you could overcome the issue with the edge computing, and this is one of the issue about the power that you need a lot, and at the edge, the device is so small to capture. I mean, this is only meant for capturing the sensoring data, right? And then how would you have this issue, and now you want to implement the edge that has the AI at that, and this will also contribute to the power consumption that will be too much to be available at that very far end, So this is a very good project in terms of how you could overcome all these three, the edge computing, the cybersecurity part. Could you elaborate a bit on these ideas, how this could be different and
Yes.
overcome the issue? Yes, thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much for the question. So that on the first thing, we are focusing in this as a device is a limited resource. So now we are can to do and by some way. For example, we can get an all of the data set will be training in the cloud. After that, we are sending to the model for the edge computing, for the edge device. So that's my model, like the teacher and student. So the teacher can to get a lot of knowledge, but in the domain of the expert, we are can sharing between and some edge device. So and the decision can be sharing and to evaluate by and some magic to get a right decision between some students, like it's the edge device. So that is the edge device. We are do not to cover all of the knowledge. That's only the expert of this knowledge is localized. This device can care. So that is limited in to reduce in the complexity for the training, for the detecting, and something like that. That means we just to save and to reduce the power consumer. Yeah.
All right. So thank you, Dr. Min. All right. Just a quick one, please.
Yeah.
It's scary because it's a very, very big project. Even multimodal MOE itself is very, 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 very big. And the multilingual KLM itself was also very, very big, and the age issues also is very big. So easily 3 or 4 big projects here. Given the time constraint, which one is probably your best bet that you're going to do?
I'm very sorry.
Which one is your okay? Given the constraint, which one is your focus? Is this multimodal MOE or the RAG LLM or maybe the age issues? Which one? You cannot have everything. Which one do you want to do?
I think the project as it is too big.
It's too
so
big.
given limited resources, which would be your priority?
Okay. So,
the one from Philippines can be included in the multimodal MOE, the one that was presented, the first one just now.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. I'm very sorry. As you know, sometimes my proposal is very big because we had finished my previous project and success. So we get just thank you for the IVO support to and owners powerful and to make and we can do and something like that. So we can develop from this my previous project and to next project.
True. I beg to differ because multimodal MOE is a mixture of experts is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Because once you have to have the experts from multiple countries, and you talk about the conflicting advice that may happen, and also you're going to have experts from, let's say, satellite data, maybe disease experts. So again, experts can also be looking from different kind of perspective. It can be from different countries, different crops, different types of data. So that itself is also very, very big. I'm okay with this, but I think definitely need to be scaled down to make it workable. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, and let's give a round of applause to our speakers. So we hope that they would eventually translate into successful proposals in the upcoming submissions of the proposals. So thank you very much. That's the end of the session for ICT for Food.
Inclusive Digital Services and Governance. And our chair for the sessions is Dr. Samsul bin Saifuddin from University of Technology Malaysia, or UTM Malaysia. Yeah, I'll pass it to Prof. Samsul.
All right, thank you. A very, very good afternoon, everybody. So welcome back to our third session. Session number 3 will be discussion on ICT for inclusive digital services and governance. And we have 2 presentations today. So without further ado, I would like to invite Prof. Noriel to present his proposal. The title is Empowering Paratransit Services in Developing Countries for Clean Energy Transition and Climate Action. You are given 15 minutes for presentation, and there will be 5 minutes for question and answer. Prof, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the distinguished participants, thank you very much. So I'll be presenting the update. This is actually an ongoing work that we're doing at the University of the Philippines, National College of Public Administration and Governance, where I also teach, and Safe Travel, which is also an NGO spin-off of the university. So for the background, informal transport on paratransit continues to play a significant role in urban transport systems of developing countries due to equity, affordability, accessibility, and usefulness dimensions. And in the case of the Philippines, you have seen the previous slide where I showed the Philippine jeepney. The country's low-carbon transport policy as a response to climate change mitigation challenges is actually hinged on the transformation of this jeepney industry as a strategy. And so in 2017, massive reforms were rolled out by the Department of Transportation through what we call the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program, or PUVMP. Now, the PUVMP program actually had or is suffering from bottlenecks and resistance from existing jeepney operators. And one of the requirements would be the transformation of individual operators to now what we call transport service entities through cooperatives. So the target of this research is to develop a platform to empower transport cooperatives and all concerned government agencies through technology-driven solutions to optimize route planning, fleet management, and to access climate financing. So the key challenges here that we're addressing, just to name a few, would be the issue of lack of subsidy and fiscal support by government. There is about 240,000 of these individual jeepney operators which must be transformed into a system. And of course, there are other costs to modernization, including, of course, labor, capital cost, and operational costs. And so we also look at the capacity issue of these individual operators to operate now as an organization. So the strategic approach would be to support the low-carbon transition of transport cooperatives through what we call better ESG. So this is environment, social, and governance risk management practices, and bringing operations with green and climate financing. I'll show that in the next series of slides. So this project was supported last year by the AVPN, the Asian Venture Philanthropic Network, which is supported by Google and ADB. So the Parasol, we call it, is designed to address the specific needs of transport service entities, helping them to improve what we call through their multi-level efficiency enhancements. And this will include or at the level of the city, organizational, route, driver, and vehicle. So there are levels to what the intervention should be. And we integrate it to what we call the Safe Travel PH crowdsourcing app, which was developed by the university. So in terms of the method, we are building here 4 components to address this web of issues. One is through route network and service planning, and this will link with the development of local public transport route plans, support business intelligence and fleet management system, where all operators now could be potentially in one subsystem or rolling out at each city level. What we call MRV and benchmarking tools. So these are monitoring, reporting, and verification systems that are, I think, available now in terms of the ASEAN initiative. And finally, access to financing and investments. So this is very important because the investment need is very sizable, not only in terms of changing the vehicle, but since we are also promoting electric mobility, investing in charging facility, etc., and all the needed capital cost would be very timely and needed. So some of the work that we're doing in terms of the research is there are two. One is developing, what we call a multi-feed trip segmentation pipeline. So this is an ETL pipeline, extract, transform, and load pipeline, where each of these operators operating individually hopefully can now be analyzed and their operations be synchronized. So we also developed there, how do we trace the trips? Second one is try to roll out a smart contract solution to manage what we call their weekly kilometer token. So this is incentivizing good operations. So we monitor by telematics the vehicle operations, the fuel consumption, the driver behavior, and even the ratings by commuters. So you see there the pipeline. Now, what are the impact here? So you can see here on the slide the app that has been developed. So this has been rolled out in several cities in the Philippines. So one is, we are getting real-time location and occupancy of these vehicles. The commuters and the regulators can now have access to route information and stop locations. The commuters can actually participate by doing their quality rating of each of the individual operators in terms of the cleanliness of the vehicle, the driver behavior, and even the responsiveness of the operators. And then, and so these are transmitted on the cloud. And on the same platform, drivers also can monitor in real time their operations. So previously they're operating individually, but now the organization can now monitor their operations in terms of, again, real-time location and occupancy. And we can now even measure and evaluate eco-driving behavior. So the idea is analytics, as you can see there, looking at route and route design and even KPIs. So what are the impact that we're looking at here? So we have identified recurring and unresolved issues that still needs to be addressed. And this will include rigid planning formulas because obviously in many cities the paratransit modes are quite different across many cities in the Philippines. And to include as well, subsidy systems can now be potentially integrated into the system and more KPIs and reporting can be done. The capacity of the local governments, under our local government code, there is no dedicated system for local planning. So we don't have local planning boards. It's highly national. But because of this change or the shift in the policy, the local governments now need to plan for their own public transport, and this could very well be the platform to enable that. But we need collaborative governance. So that's why in the university we have established a spin-off, an NGO spin-off to do that. So for the output and the outcome to date, we tried to establish actually collaboration. This is I think that's the most effective thing So we do a lot of meetings with many stakeholders because there's a lot of these stakeholders that are part of the system. So we do research and policy discussions, collaborative research agreements, and even publish our findings through scientific journals. So these are some of the field work that we have been doing. Also, recently, our spin-off NGO has been officially accredited by the House of the Representatives as a civil society organization to take part in the 2026 national budget deliberations. So we are championing better budget and rollout for this modernization. And so we do a lot of these meetings with congressional planning and even lawmakers, trying to brief them, how do you achieve greater investment in public transport and still meet our greenhouse gas emission targets and clean energy transition. So finally, to conclude, so Parasol is a pioneering effort in this field, but still needs a lot of work in terms of really getting decision makers on board in climate financing. Existing ESG-related services tend to focus on larger companies, leaving the smaller transport service cooperatives with significant risk exposures without adequate support. So hopefully this can support that system. And by bridging the gap, Parasol not only addresses the specific challenges faced by transport service cooperatives, but also empower them to engage with climate financing opportunities. And as also noted by the OECD, the increased risk faced by informal transport operators is high, but their contribution is significant in the economy. So that has to be addressed as well. And finally, hopefully this platform can provide an open data system that can be replicated as well in other ASEAN economies for other use cases to build a resilient public transport network. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. So open the floor for question and answer.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is actually in the first. You are talking about informal transport, paratransit. Yes, informal transport. And you want to apply some sort of improvement for that paratransport using ICT, and everything. Now, my question is, since it is informal transport, I mean the driver is also the owner of the car. Does he or she report to a particular organization? And if the driver doesn't follow the regulation or the procedures which is needed by the platform, will he or she get the sanction? Okay, you cannot drive for 1 week or 1 month or what? Because if it is formal transport, the driver will certainly get a sanction. But if it is informal, what will happen to them? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Actually, that's the transition that is happening in the modernization effort of government. So individual operators now join a transport service entity, in this case, transport cooperatives, and the cooperative actually subscribe to a route plan crafted by the local government, and they have KPIs. They have service agreements that they have to follow. But the thing is, there is no robust system to monitor compliance. And so I think ICT plays a role there. We did some work on some rollout, and certainly this needs greater support from government, but I think the technology should also be there, that is scalable, that's secure, and that also can meet the investment needs. So a lot of these operators are saying, and even this new cooperative are saying, there's not much investment coming to us. The subsidy is very small. They have to upgrade their unit. They also have to pay their drivers regularly. So I think that's the way the ICT should play a key role.
Any more questions from the floor? Prof?
Thank you. The platform that you're talking about, some driver doesn't have lower digital literacy, and how do you manage the accessibility to this system?
Thank you very much for that question. One way to go about this is actually to use an app. So at the basic level, we use an app that can run on not so high specifications for mobile phone. But I think it's very important to show that once you get this data, that they can appreciate that that their behavioral change can actually provide better outcomes for them in terms of incentives. And that's why in the platform that we're building, we operationalize this concept of quality kilometer, or QKM. And we also bring in the commuter's perspective. So the commuter actually rates the quality of the driving, whether they are on time or they are not overspeeding, whether they follow the route, or whether they clean their vehicles. So all of these are being sort of piloted, but very important in our research is that we have to develop this system with the government, with the operators, with the cooperatives, with the drivers, and with the commuters in one table. So we cannot sort of impose the formula, or we cannot impose the incentive scheme. So we have to do everything in a collaborative way. So that's, I think, the major challenge that we're facing. But we continue to advocate for it.
Thank you. Questions? If not, then I do have one. It seems that I was looking at the data. Jeepney constitute about maybe 30-35% of land consumption, land transport fuel consumption, which is, I think, very big. So in terms of the energy transition, what about EV? Is it because of the cost of electricity in Philippines very high? Does it probably one of viable alternative?
Yes, thank you very much. I think the pushback is really the cost of the unit. So now the individual EV unit would be something like 2 million pesos. So it's very high. That individual operators becoming part of a new entity find it very difficult to maintain. Unless there are upsides in terms of their daily revenue. So I think the transition to e-mobility should also be part of really modernizing the route operations. So as we speak, for example, there are many what we call illegal operators. Some actually are supportive of the program, some don't. And that's to some extent bringing down those who have adopted. So what we're trying to say is that the system should be able to support them in a major way, and for the safety of the commuters as well, and of course to achieve our greenhouse our climate targets. So it's very important to I think to say the framing is very important. That's why in the last few slides I show, it's very important to discuss this with the lawmakers as well, because they command the budget. For example, just this year, very few budget was given to modernization.
And I think you have to deal with multiple layers of regulators, I think.
That's correct. Many regulators, national, local, and even on the ground.
What about the incentive? Is there any moment maybe you can extend the monetization of the initiative? Maybe whoever participate in the route optimization, maybe fleet modernizations. Is it possible to you maybe monetize the carbon reduction with some kind of financial help or whatever?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for that suggestion. Actually, we made some presentation as well. It would be good if that we can shift some of the green financing to this sector. That will really be a great help. And that's why our framework is ESG, because that has been the go-to framework for many private industries. So we're saying at a smaller scale, we have operators, but their impact, if you are able to mobilize those financing to fund modernization, that will really have an impact on the environment. And yeah, in each of the individual operators as well.
Okay, last call. Going once. Okay, Prof, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Give
much.
a
Thank you very
round of applause to Prof. Okay, next we're going to have Rotini Lai, Nepmat, and Kim Ho Yan from Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. The presentation will be on Braille, translators for low-resource languages in ASEAN, use case from Khmer Braille. Okay, we have 15 minutes per presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ASEAN IVO colleagues, and respected researchers. My name is Matna from Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. It's my honor to be here today to present our work on Khmer Braille translator for low-resource language in ASEAN, use case from Khmer Braille language. So let me start with some background. As we can see in the figure, there are many people, including Cambodia, visually impaired. However, in Cambodia, still there are many students that have very limited access to Braille material for their learning. So also the Braille printer is very expensive for most schools. We have to spend a lot to produce the Braille document. So our goal is to create a system, create a knowledge-based system that can convert between Khmer text to Khmer Braille. And we also want to develop a low-cost Braille printer. So here, this slide shows why Khmer language is very difficult to process. As you can see here, there are 5 layers of the characters. We have vowel, we have subscript, and so on. And there is no spaces between words, which is cause a lot of error when we try to convert between Khmer text to Khmer Braille. So because of these challenges, our goal to build a translation system and also to create a low-cost Braille printer. And to achieve the goal, we have set several key targets. First, we would like to develop a Braille translation system and also create a user-friendly web application. And we also want to build a low-cost Braille printer, since the Braille printer, if we want a high capacity of Braille printer, we need to spend a lot. Actually, based on my research, if we want a high capacity of Braille printer, we need to spend a lot of money, such as like depends on the capacity of the printer. We have one at National Institute for Special Education in Cambodia. It costs around 50K for Braille printer, which is very expensive. And we also want to promote digital inclusion for visually impaired learners. And last but not least, we also want to expand the Braille translation system in low-resource ASEAN language. And let me introduce about the methodology for our system. So our system uses rule-based methodologies, which first we create a Khmer text to Khmer Braille dictionary that cover all the character from Khmer and Khmer Braille, and then we perform character segmentation by using Khmer character cluster, and then we apply the rule base to check the order of the word and also order of the vowels and numbers. And we also validate this output with teacher at National Institute for Special Education to make sure that the output is accurate. And here is the methodology for Braille printer. So basically, we want to create something that low cost, since we we know that the Braille printer with high capacity is expensive, so we try to make our own, which is low cost. And for the mechanical design, we get inspiration by open source Braille wrap, but we significantly customize. We add LCD for control panel, and also we use photoelectric sensor for paper safety. We also use PUM. It is a material to produce the hardware to build this printer. It is it is strength, low cost, and low factory, low cost, and to build the machine. And we also use software, open software, Marron firmware to convert G code. And we use Marron firmware, and we use stepper motor for movement. And we use Python. We have developed a Python tool to convert between G code to convert between Braille Unicode to G code for printing. And here is the full explode assembly view and component list in the Braille printer. So it has a simple design so that teachers, especially in rural area, they can easily to understand and maintain it. And for our work, we bring 3 categories of impact. The impact on scientific and technology core, we have developed a rule-based Khmer Braille translation system and affordable Braille printer. And we also improve access to the educational information for visual impaired people, promoting digital inclusion and narrowing the education gap in Cambodia, especially for National Institute for Special Education. And about the impact on collaboration, we have a stronger collaborative between Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology and National Institute for Special Education also. And we hope this we can have a collaboration with low resource languages in ASEAN as well. And as a result from the system, so we have developed a Braille translation system which is convert between Khmer text to Khmer Braille. And in this case, after translation, the user can also download it, or they can, if they have Braille display device, they don't need to print it out. They can just use Braille display device to display the Braille printer. So visually impaired people can just read from the Braille display device, or if they don't have Braille display device, they also can download it and print with our printer, which is a low-cost Braille printer. And for the societal, this project also provides accessible tool for teachers and students with visual impairment about the collaborative established network for Cambodian and institute and special educator. And for this slide, I would like to discuss about the future work and our plans. So for this project in the future, we plan to add more scientific symbols such as physics, chemistry, and math. And we also want to finalize the prototype of our low-cost Braille printer. We also want to extend Braille translation and printing system to low-resource ASEAN languages, especially focusing on the rural area. And we also want to establish ASEAN Braille technology network to share data set, to share the translation rule and also hardware designs. And we also looking for a collaboration and partnership through ASEAN IVO forum to jointly develop regional Braille solutions. So let me summary a brief conclusion for this work. So in this project, we have developed accessible Khmer Braille translation and printing system that to promote a digital inclusion for visual impaired communities. And for the methodology, we have used knowledge-based mapping, which we create a dictionary to map between Khmer text to Khmer Braille. And we achieve high translation accuracy. Actually, this accuracy we have validated with the teacher at National Institute for Special Education for ensure that the output is correct, the output is accurate. The accuracy around 99, because right now they are using it, the system, the teacher at NIC, they are using this system. And we also plan to expand the system to other ASEAN languages and build a regional broad technology network through ASEAN IVO collaboration. And as I know, I would like to add a little bit here. As I know, right now there are 4 national institutes. There are 4 special education schools in Phnom Penh. Also 4 provinces are using this system to convert between Khmer text to Khmer Braille. But for the Braille printer, we're still in a developing process. And here is our team from CADT and from Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology, CADT, and National Institute for Special Education, NISE. I would like to thank to everyone for their hard work and support. So that's all for my presentation, and thank you for your listening, and we welcome for a collaboration. I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the floor, please. Yep, Prof.
Thank you for your presentation. I see it's a very practical use with your proposal. However, I am surprised that there are 2 ways to produce the output. The first one, you can choose an existing Braille printer, so you do not need to develop the hardware. And the second one is you have to build the hardware from the material component, hardware component. Why do you not use an existing hardware printer?
Okay.
Do you have already one as well?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. So as I mentioned, like for the Braille printer, the reason why we try to get our own printer, because the existing printer costs very expensive. Like if we want a high capacity of printer, it can cost around 50K. So that's why we try to build our low cost Braille printer. So in this printer, including everything, is around 250, including everything like delivery fee and stuff, which have a lot.
Okay with you? Okay, any more questions from the floor? Going once, twice. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Natmat, for your presentation. Give a round of applause to her. Okay, let's conclude our session on the topic of usage of ICT in inclusive digital services and governance. So I'll pass back to the floor. All right, thank you very much.
All right, yeah, thank you for all the speakers as well as for the chair. Now we move on to session 5, which is ICT for Secure and Smart Community 1. And the chair for this session is going to be Dr. Chap Sofuthi from Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology, Cambodia. Yeah, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. We actually still have a few minutes left. We want to have a short break, or we can just continue. Huh? If not, I would like to request just for, yeah? Okay, so without further ado, I think we can begin our session number 5, ICT for Secure and Smart Community 1. For our first presenter, this is Si Long Kua. Sorry, maybe I pronounced your name not very well. Going to present on handshake-free secure device-to-device communications for disaster relief operations. Prof, the floor is yours. You have 20.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sai Long from University of Glasgow, based in Singapore. This is a joint work together with my colleague from Singapore Institute of Technology, Raymond. So the idea of this is actually we started to think about without infrastructure, can we get devices that are in close proximity to secure communication between them without relying on a central key authentication server. And this is especially quite useful in a disaster relief operation where your infrastructure is not available, and how can you securely transmit your data in a device-to-device manner as well as in a broadcast manner that you can broadcast the information to all the devices surrounding you for a search operation, for example. So as you can see, ASEAN is actually quite a disaster-prone area. So we have tsunami, we have earthquakes, and we have heavy floods that's happening, especially in the Ring of Fire region like Indonesia, Laos, and Philippines in particular. And all these disasters that actually cause the connectivity to be broken, right? So you don't have a means to communicate, and when you want to perform disaster recovery operation, you need to set up some kind of ad hoc networking to enable the relay of information so that all this important information can be relayed to some central server and potentially to the internet for fast rescue operation. So if you look at the, what are the problems and background here, so for example, disaster often disable traditional communication infrastructure that we need to form some kind of ad hoc communication. And there's also lack of connectivities that impedes the search and rescue operation, because we know this is very time critical, right? So every second counts, and we need to quickly set up this communication, and the information needs to be also protected in this secure channel as well. And survivors trapped in the rubble rely on timely rescue operation. As we mentioned, every second counts, right? And there's a strong need for device-to-device communication because there might be many different rescue teams coming from different countries come together as a team to do this recovery and disaster search operation. And we can potentially rely on this device-to-device communication to operate without network infrastructure. So we actually experimented with the 5G new radio sitelink, which enable device-to-device communication. So with the sitelink protocol, you can actually discover device around you, and then you can start to talk to device individually or in a broadcast manner. So it provides a ultra-low reliable latency and high data rates for such scenarios. And on top of this, we actually propose some kind of secure protocol without any security handshake to enable the security between this device-to-device communication. So the target here is that actually this protocol can be used for any kinds of applications. So even for in a normal scenarios, we can also enable device to talk to each other securely. But in particular for the disaster relief operation, I think this is quite crucial because there's no internet access and there's no central key management service available, and devices are belong to different administrative domains, and they don't necessarily have a means to secure communication between them. And to rely on the standard handshake protocol that may involve a lot of overheads and latency and delay. So the idea here is to design a security protocol to enable fast, efficient, and key management, especially we first want to establish a session key between the communicating devices so that they can talk securely through the channel, either device to device directly or through broadcast. Secondly, we also want to enable the fast rekey or key updates between the communication devices. And lastly, based on this shared secret information, they can perform some kind of authentication and also to encrypt their communication session efficiently. So we have not yet integrated with the 5G new radio sitelink yet, but we experimented with off-the-shelf Bluetooth communication devices using BLE at this point. So the idea here is that we propose a KKF protocol, which is called a keychain-based rekeying function. It's actually based on a chameleon hashing function. So essentially, we are generating a hash chain, right, that are linked from one hash value to another hash value, and it is unbounded, meaning that you can generate as many hash value as you want, and whenever you want to renew the key, you just advance the chain to the next hash value to use as the key, right? So it also facilitates very fast authentication, because when you receive the new hash value, for example, H1, then you apply the chameleon or KKF protocol, then you can verify whether the hash of this H1 in combination with a collision random number will result in the previous hash value. So if you can do this verification correctly, then you know that this is actually from the correct sender, and hence it authenticates the new hash key that is being used. Okay? But the catch for this is that we require a pre-shared key or master key to be included as part of the hash input, right? In this case, as I mentioned just now, the rekey and the key updates is efficient because we just need to advance the key to the next hash key in the hash chain, and then we can use that key for authentication and encryption straight away, right? So in this case, we do not really rely on any central infrastructure or an expensive handshake. And the protocol supports either you do a device-to-device communication directly, one-to-one, or you can do a broadcast, and all the devices around the sender will be able to authenticate the packets itself. So the quick construct of the KKF protocol is, for example, here we rely on the one-way hash protocol called chameleon hash hashing. So you have the input M and a random number R together with the public key, and then you can generate hash value, right? So the idea is that, you know, we want to link all this hash value to each other, right? So in order to link this hash value, we need to compute a collision random number, which is R prime here, right, using the private key here. So based on the private key, with a new input, we can compute a collision, and based on the collision, we can then link back the new hash key with the previous hash key, right? So that's the whole idea of it, to generate hash chain, right? In order to verify whether the new hash key is the authenticated one, so what we do is that, for example, in this case, H1, right, we put into the chameleon hash function, and then if the hash value result is the same as the previous hash 0, then we know that the key is authenticated. Okay? So in this way, we're actually forming a series of hash keys using a chain, and then it performs easy verification of the sender's authenticity. Right, so for example, in a disaster relief operation, right, many different teams come together bringing their own different devices. Right? We can first provision all these devices with a master key, and then after that, they should be able to establish their connectivities and also to establish the secure session key easily, right? So there's no handshake required. For example, in this case of one-to-one secure communication, we first generate the initial hash key with the random numbers, plus the master key concatenate with the session ID. Then what we have to do as a sender is just to distribute the M and R, which is public in this case, to the recipient, and then based on M and R, the recipient can generate the hash key, which is used for the encryption key. Then they can start communicating, right? So maybe over a period of time, and they want to renew or to update their key, what they have to do is that the sender will need to generate a collision key, which is R prime, and then it will then broadcast or send the next R random number and the collision R to the recipient, and based on this, the recipient can verify the new hash key and authenticate the sender, and then they can continue to use the next key in the new session, in the next session. The protocol also supports secure multicast or broadcast in this case, because 5G site link itself actually supports broadcast operation, right? So whoever in the proximity receiving the key material will be able to generate the new encryption key, right? So the difference with the device-to-device protocol is that for the broadcast communication, for each of the broadcasts, we actually broadcast the 2 consecutive parameters required to generate 2 hash value consecutively, right? So every time a new broadcast, we encrypt with the latest hash key, right? Because with the 2 hash key value, they should be able to authenticate by checking the latest hash key when hash results in the previous hash key, right? So some of the preliminary experiments that we have conducted here, so we actually did some experiment based on Bluetooth communication, BLE, and using generic attribute profile. It was implemented using C on using ECC, elliptic curve, deployed on Raspberry Pi 4.0. So if you look at the performance here, the key distribution, verification, and then we also have the rekey updates, session key verification, encryptions, and also the broadcast creation and verification, right? So I think the main overheads come from the key generation aspects, but if you look at the key updates and the key verification and message encryption, they are pretty reasonable performance. When we also perform the transmission of the message, including the encryption of the key using the protocol. And as you can see, the one-to-one message encryption, the round trip time took about 0.2 seconds. One-to-many message encryption using 0.2 seconds. But if you look at the Bluetooth communication without the KKF protocol, it already took 0.197 seconds. So the majority of the overhead was actually coming from the underlying Bluetooth latency. And the overhead from the KKF protocol and the encryption is actually quite low in this case. So the next step, of course, is to integrate with the 5G new radio systems for real-world deployments, because I think they are quite expensive devices. Apart from the implementation, we also did a formal verification of the protocol using formal libraries called ProVerif to ensure the security properties of the protocol design. So for example, the master secret key is protected, the message and the hash keys are protected and not leaked, the freshness of the nulls and the collision nulls, whether it's resistance to replay attacks, and also the ability to detect any spoofing messages. So it's model checking tools that we run on the protocol to ensure the security of the KKF protocol. So the chameleon hashing has also been used in many other applications. So for example, we use it for smart meter data aggregation in the past, and we also use it for GPS, GNSS signal spoofing, that my colleague will also present later on, and IoT security for device-to-device, robot-to-robot communication in a building, etc. So as a future work, I think we presented this handshake-free protocol that can potentially be used for all IoT-related application, as well as the disaster relief operation here. So we verified the protocol using the model checking. And the next step is actually to implement the protocol on the actual 5G new radio devices. And hopefully we work with some of the collaborators here who are working on disaster relief operation, who want to integrate with our protocols to secure your communication for your disaster relief operations. And we hope to really test out the performance in the real world setting. That's all from me. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Longkiev, right? We still have 7 minutes for our Q&A session. Now I would like to open the floor if anyone would like to ask, please.
Thank you. It's a very interesting topic for relief operation disaster. However, I see you want to integrate with 5G satellite hardware. Is any hardware exist or not? And if not, you first one to try on Raspberry Pi 4. How is it compatible with the next 5G with, for example, radio frequency and resource, because limited resource, and you will implement the software for security encryption. Yeah. That is the first question. The second one is I see with the security issue, if you share the master key one-to-many, then it's a conflict with the security philosophy. Yeah. how you explain this? Thank you.
Right. Thank you for your question. So I think the first one, the protocol is actually at the higher level, so it can be implemented for any communication platform. So the reason that we did using the Bluetooth is actually because it's easily available for Raspberry Pi for us to do the early prototype, and the library can run on top of the communication layer. So the 5G communication one, we actually did it on the simulator for now. We haven't tested it on the real devices, although we had the real devices. But we think that it's also on top of the communication stack, right? So it's not running at the communication layer. So it will be on the, the IP layer and above, or even their communication layer and above, right? So it should be quite generic. The second question about the master key. So the master key is actually like a permanent keys that you implant into the devices, right? So before all the devices come together, and it will just be bootstrapped with this master key, and then this master key will not be changed for that particular sessions, right? And then based on the master key, they derive the ephemeral or the session key later on, right? So we hope that all this master key will be protected in some secure memory space in the devices and will not be leaked. Yeah.
Yes, master key is secured by hardware, for example. However, you have to share the master key with another one, and since there might be a security problem.
Right. The master key ideally should be sent out of band, right? So when you just come to the device as a command center before the device is being deployed. So at the command center, we provision the master key to the devices before they go out to the search operation. Yeah. So we don't really, it needs to be provisioned in a secure manner before the devices or the team are being deployed into the field. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, what Professor mentioned is that if you go with one too many and then you do the sharing, that it could against the security protocol that you want to ensure, right?
Maybe no, only the master keys are shared. So when you do the broadcast, you're broadcasting the public material.
So what would be the possible loophole? Just to follow up with this question, what would be the possible loophole that could be a bridge, towards how they can get this in between? There's some maybe human error or how you prevent them. Probably this is something that you could take into consideration.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think for the master key provisioning, I think that has to be done in a proper and secure manner. But when it's out in the field, we don't transmit any of the master key information, and only the public information are transmitted. And based on the public information and the master key that are already in the device, they can derive the session key. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm curious about the 5G side lobe.
Yeah.
What is the intended range of operation, both line of sight and non-line of sight? If you know.
If I understand correctly, I think the 5G new radio, the range will be quite far. I think maybe up to 200 meters. Yeah. So I think there were already some applications that use drones equipped with 5G new radio for some monitoring, environmental monitoring operations. Yeah.
Okay. So they were standardized for various applications.
Yeah.
And
so
this is one of which.
Yeah. The new radio is a standard by the 3GPP. Yeah. And then they're also going to use it for vehicle to infrastructure and vehicle to vehicle communication as well.
Okay. So if you look at that type of distance, like 200, 300 meters, there are also some other alternative radio access as well.
Yeah. So we are not specific that it has to be 5G new radio. So whichever communication mediums that's being used for the disaster relief operation, we can be on top of their communication stack. Yeah.
Okay, so we still have 1 minute and a half. So one more question from the floor, please, if anyone. Maybe I would like to ask a little bit in terms of the cost of implementation. This probably like an estimation when this is going to be implementing in the real world deployment. How much could it be? You say this is very expensive, but do you have any figure in your mind?
So I think currently there are not many devices that are equipped with 5G new radio side link. I think maybe that's the reason that it's expensive. So I think when maybe it becomes more matured, then I think costs will be driven down. So I also mentioned that it's not specifically that we must use 5G site link. We just think that it supports the direct communication quite seamlessly. That's why we say that we could use the 5G site link. But if there's any other application or communication stack that is being used for the disaster relief operation, then we can also build on top. Yeah. So I think currently the 5G site link new devices, I think is about 5,000 per device. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Longkua. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Now I would like to call upon the second speaker of our sessions, Nurul Husna Ahmad, on the abstract entitled AIoT Enable Smart Traffic Management for Sustainable and Low Carbon Asian Cities. Yeah, Prof, the floor is yours. Please, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Dr. Nurul Ahmad. So I will be presenting a topic on the AIoT Enable Smart Traffic Management for Sustainable and Low Carbon ASEAN Cities. So as we may know, the ASEAN cities, based on the report from the NIRIX report, says that Jakarta and Bangkok as well loses more than 100 hours every year due to traffic delays. Okay, even the Jakarta is also consistently ranked among the top congested cities globally. So at the same time, these two-wheelers dominate our road, creating additional safety and emissions concerns. So these challenges shows that based on the report on the ASEAN Monitoring and Evaluation Report in 2024, it's called for synchronized and smart mobility upgrade. And to this is the focus of my work is actually more on the junctions, okay? Because today junction depends heavily on the inductive loops and fixed time traffic lights. So this system operates in isolations with limited real-time coordination. So most intersections cannot see what is happening in the next junction, which causing uneven flows and frequent bottlenecks. So without real-time data, and traffic agencies can only react after congestions, as already happened. So this is where AIoT can bring significant transformation. Okay, so the target of our project is to design a scalable, sustainable traffic orchestration model that meets the infrastructural needs of ASEAN cities. So we have 4 objectives to achieve, which is first going to design the data fusion framework that integrates information from multiple sensors, and to develop AI-based traffic control models capable of predicting congestions and adjusting timing automatically. And the third one is to embed a cybersecurity framework, including post-quantum cryptography to protect data and system integrity. And the last one is to implement and evaluate AIoT reference architecture that is ready for future 5G and even maybe for ready for the 6G communications. Okay, so this is like a conventional traffic management model that implemented around ASEAN country, I believe that. Okay, so it starts that because usually data mainly comes from loop sensors, and even CCTV usually been used just to monitor the traffic, not to collect the data. And then so there is a very little data analysis and limited coordination between this junction. And all these usually the sensing devices in the traffic controller, where usually at the traffic light there are intersection controller, which is a fixed time, and pre-time plans, and then it's limited and no coordination between the adjacent intersection. And then usually we still use the signal timing base and monitor status signal, and there's no data analysis currently involved. And in terms of the communication and security, conventional password or VPN being used in many of the traffic monitoring system. Okay, so this is where we're going to try to do some enhancement in the current system. Okay, so this is our proposed method to enhance the traffic management model. So first we improvise the sensing layer and control layer by collecting multimodal data, including CCTV analytics, the IoT sensors, and implement the LPR and NPR camera as well. And then the edge intelligence layer processes the data locally, detects events, and sends short-term statistics. And then the centralized traffic management layer will fuse the data from multiple edges, runs AI and reinforcement learning models as well, and generates coordinates in the plans. We're also going to investigate in terms of the secure communication layer by using the encrypted 5G channels with built-in post-quantum security measures. Okay, so this will result in a fully integrated and adaptive traffic system. So this is kind of our proposed method where we have conducted the pre-experimental setup, collaboration with one of the state in Malaysia with the safety department, road transport department from GKR. Okay, so what we did here is actually this project also collaborate with one of industry SME company from Malaysia. So we have prepared this pre-experimental setup that includes the hardware installation, even the edge processing unit and initial data collection. So these setups allow us to validate our sensing accuracy, and then we can communicate communication stability and eye readiness. So what we did is actually we implement some of the cameras in many junctions to capture the video footage and extract the raw data video. Okay, the video data, and do some car classification and license plate recognition. Okay, so from that we do some data pre-processing analysis to process the raw video data using the edge AI processor. So from that we can measure the traffic flow, even the traveling times and the waiting delay at the junction and the turning movement counts. Okay, so based on that, at the cloud we develop or refine the traffic signal timing. Okay, and then plans for each junction. So this simulate the optimized timing and evaluate the performance where we fine-tuning the timing plan. So from that, we visualize and analyze the data. So then we integrate this with the traffic controller by providing and configure the traffic controller setting and recommended timing plans. So the KPI successful to the system is where we measure the reduction of traveling times for the connective junctions and reduction in the waiting times. So in terms of the impact, in terms of scientific and technological impact, so the proposed model upgrades a legacy fixed time loop and control into a secure AIoT orchestrating framework tailored for ASEAN intersection. So this is significant in terms of the multimodal sensing data fusions, where we're combining CCTV analytics, roadside sensors, and anonymized mobile network data to improve accuracy in detecting traffic states and incidents. The second one, in terms of the edge intelligence and AI control, where the running detection and prediction and reinforcement learning at the edge allow real-time response and coordinate traffic flows. Okay, and what we would like to investigate in terms of this project and how we can secure the architecture of the communication by ensure the low latency, reliable communication, and strong protection against the cybersecurity attacks. Okay, in terms of the societal, environmental, and policy impact, we can say that for the commuters itself, we will enjoy a shorter and more reliable travel times with safer junction and quicker incident reports. And then in terms of environmentally, it's more smoother the traffic and reduce the idling, fuel consumption, and emission. In terms of the government and the policymaker, it can gain a roadmap aligned with ASEAN smart mobility agendas with built-in cybersecurity and privacy safeguard. So importantly, the system provides a cost-effective path to upgrade the existing infrastructure rather than replacing everything with new systems. So this is the collaborative that the impact in terms of this project can strengthen the regional. So we have divided into 4 based on our objective. okay, where for the multimodal sensing between UTM, VNU, GKR, and PPK's SME company will deploy and benchmark the sensor fusion at the real intersection. And we're also going to develop the co-development between reinforcement learning and AI modules to publish open algorithms and data set for analysis. And then for the low latency communication system between Telkom-U and UTM, try to validate the 5G or beyond 5G slices and quality of safety, for safety critical traffic control. And for embedded cybersecurity is between Thailand and Indonesia for the quantum safe end-to-end security attack for the ITS. So this will integrate into the ASEAN IoT traffic equestrian prototype, where we can share this reference platform and testbed. This is our preliminary output and existing capabilities, because we have several working prototypes in terms, especially when we implement this LPR, automatic license plate recognition, for vehicle identification and event logging in real time. So this demonstrates our ability to process rear junction video streams in real time. And we also do some vehicle classification analytics just to measure, to identify which car is at the junction, so that we can measure how long the car will, to estimate the waiting time at a certain junction. And then we also have integrated the monitoring interface into the existing UI database to store the event to support the queries. So in terms of the output for the society, industry, and collaborative outcomes, so in terms of the societies, cities and society, it has proven efficiency gains, where the preliminary deployment have shown that it can reduce more than 50% reduction in average waiting time at the targeted junction, especially at the consecutive signals. Okay, and this project also can be a benchmark for Malaysia, where GKR in one of the states in Malaysia, Selangor, can become a national reference site. So this can provide data-driven guidelines and KPIs for rollout to other states and cities. And for the SME, they can plug in AI-ready modular components, where this encourage a local solution ecosystem instead of full import systems. In terms of the ASEAN collaboration, we can have a regional expertise and capacity building in terms of the joint pilots, shared test bed among student and researcher exchange and co-supervised thesis. We can also replicable this into ASEAN blueprint, okay, where the common architecture and best practice that member cities can adopt and adapt, and then a long-term partnership network where a sustained multi-country collaboration for this project. As a conclusion and move forward, so this AIoT enable will, in terms of the edge cloud and then the PQC-ready traffic equestrian model, so this can upgrade the existing ASEAN junction from fixed time control to data-driven. Okay, so what we are going to deliver in this project is more on the multimodal sensing combination, integration between multimodal sensing, edge intelligence, low latency communication, and embedded cybersecurity as one reference architecture for ASEAN cities. And our preliminary trials indicate that more than 50% reduction in waiting time at selected consecutive junction, which is showing strong feasibility for real deployment. And hopefully this will become a clear guidelines, algorithms and modules that road authorities and SMEs can adopt to scale a smart traffic system across Malaysia and the region. So this this will form a practical model for ASEAN cities, expected to improve travel times, safety, and emissions, and as well to support a local innovation and long-term regional cooperation. So I think that's all from me.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Husna from University Technology Malaysia, for your very good presentation. Now I would like to open the floor for any questions. Yeah, Prof. Azwin.
Thank you for the presentations. it's very interesting to watch your pictures, you know, especially the traffic jam in Jakarta. Very familiar to me. And my question is simple. When you make the model, you are talking about the traffic light, right?
Traffic light.
The red,
The green,
red,
green.
orange, and green. You know,
Yes, yes.
the traffic lights, and you want to arrange the traffic light. Are you also doing the study on why there is what you call it traffic jam like the one in your pictures? I mean, in your pictures you can see directly that most of the car wants to go to the right route, not to the left route. But all the cars goes to the who wants to go to the right goes to the left area first. Then they pass through they cut the street to the right road. I mean, it is in your picture. Now, we can have this because if you go there, you can see there, you can have what you call it, informal parking area, informal traffic warden. In your picture, you can see it, you know. Car are parked, you know, at the side part of the road, and it is informal parking area. And you can have informal traffic warden who arrange, okay, you want to go to the right street, but you go to do it fast, go to the left first, then cut the road to the right first. You know, that's kind of things that might be interesting because and I'm not mentioning about the so many projects in the road, yeah, making MRT Jakarta, making you know, so many things, and that cause most of the street becomes half, the width of the street becomes half of the road, you see, and that caused a lot of trouble like this. And so it is, I mean, do you also study more comprehensive as the reason as why you have traffic jam like this, and rather, or only you are focusing on the traffic light only? Thank you.
I can take that into consideration, but currently we are looking at the traffic light junction first, because usually during a peak hour, especially if we have so many junction and the traffic light is not linking correctly in green wave, it also can cause a traffic jam, especially when the police traffic is there. Sometimes it causes more jams rather than we waiting for the traffic light. So by analyze this, by doing this data analysis, maybe it can go more automatically and more can be more smart by learning to make this traffic flow very fast. But that one can also be taken into consideration. But I think if, especially in the junction, if this can go, especially if we are already targeting which one to prioritize, especially in which area, for example, in this way, for example, maybe the picture for the Jakarta side, especially, maybe, for example, if there is traffic light down in front of the road, right? So maybe we can give more green with the green traffic light will, the timing for that can extend, because maybe the traffic for the opposite side is less, right? So that's the target for this project first.
Thank you. I have only one suggestion and two small questions, short question. My suggestion is very big problem in every country now, and maybe your project should include all of us, all of ASEAN countries. The one short question is how many input you take, because I see just camera only. And the second one question I think is overlap with Dr. Ashwin already said is output of the system. maybe to a map or a guidance for the other driver, right? It's okay. The first question is how many input for your system? Just only camera or pollution?
Pollution?
Or, pollution. Sorry,
Okay.
pollution. Or temperature, because so many driver at the headquarters, then its temperature may be high, for example. Yeah.
Okay, so actually for the sensors, we're going to, this is kind of the sensors that we are doing currently. So involving not just the camera, the eye camera, we also still using the loop sensor, but this what for the experiment that we've conducted, usually if the traffic lights is already have a loop sensor, so that we can just use that as a backup, okay? But the rest is based on the AI camera, the LPR, and the ANPR. That is the sensors that we investigate. Because in terms of the pollution, what we have, we did not study in terms of the pollution, but we can make prediction, because when the traffic is bad and your waiting time at the junction is long, so it can produce more pollution based on the gas emissions it produce. So by reducing this, we can reduce the gas emission as well. So that's the target of the project.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Husna, for your time.
Thank you.
So I would like to call upon the final presenter for the session number 5, Dr. Chi Kiet Seo from the University of Glasgow, Singapore, to present the paper entitled GNSS API, GNSS Abnormally Perception and Intelligent, Artificial Intelligence, Machine Learning Driven. Yeah, please, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes, 15 minutes for the presentation. Yeah. Oh, okay. That should be okay. We still have some time. We will have an early break for this session. Yeah, this one.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee and audience. So my name is Lawrence Chiket Seo, Associate Professor from University of Glasgow, Singapore. So today I'm going to present a topic on GNS API, stand for GNS Anomaly Perception and Intelligence, which is AI and ML driven. So for GNS itself, is the baseline technology to provide PVT, prediction, timing, and velocity to many smart initiatives. So for example, the GNS timing is to support the smart grid and smart finance for the power synchronizations and of course the timing for all these so-called transactions respectively. At the same time, the GNS timing and prediction is also supporting the smart networks and smart transportations for all these so-called example 5G communications and navigations for autonomous navigation respectively. But however, GNS, although it's a baseline for all these prediction, timing, velocity applications, but however, it is subject to vulnerability, especially spoofing attack. A very low cost, $200 spoofer, which is currently even much lesser, can meet the so-called the sets of false GNS satellite to change the prediction, velocity, and timing for various applications. So it can cause very catastrophic attacks to all these applications. And what kind of attacks that is going to be so-called bring about if the prediction, velocity, and timing has been compromised? That in the various ASEAN countries has been suffering GNS interference jamming and spoofing threat. For example, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia. Drivers spoof their location to Gojek such that the customer at the preferred locations can be assigned to them for their so-called personal interests. At the same time, we also realized that in 2022, there's a collision of crude oil tanker along Malacca Strait, and it has been suspect due to the GNS spoofing or jamming. And in Philippines, there is cases of jamming the autonomous identification systems for the Philippine ships for the Philippine fishermen, because the AIS has been used the GNS for the so-called position informations. At the same time, Manila International Airports also suffer some so-called GPS disruption and cause the service to went down. And of course, there's many cases of illegal signal booster and jammer that cause widespread disruption. So all these have serious concerns in ASEAN country due to all these GPS interference, jamming, and spoofing. The target of the proposed solutions is to introduce a GNS API. The purpose is to address real threat to solve all these so-called, highlight the GNS jamming and spoofing. At the same time, we want to develop a core-based multi-modal AI and ML detection using existing infrastructure at Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore without any edge device dependency, which I'll show you why later on. And most importantly, we want to position ASEAN as a global pioneer in infrastructure-based GNS security. We have go through a phase 1 prototype approach developments in Singapore. It's funded by our so-called Singapore Authority, funded by the Prime Minister's Office. And the purpose is to help Singapore Land Authority to build that so-called core network. And the core network is basically a continuous operating reference station. You can treat it as a base station to receive the so-called the raw GPS signal or GNS signal. So as you see here, for Singapore, there is 9 of them. So they are receiving the sets of GNS signals similar to those on the ground. So they has been treated as a reference stations to complement the ground so-called devices in terms of accuracy. And of course, this phase 1 prototype has been successfully delivered and is done by University of Glasgow, Singapore, NTU, and University of Tokyo in partnership with SLA under the grant of about 800 so-called 800K for this project 2 years ago. But however, there is an issue. Of course, before I talk about issue, let's talk about how this mechanism works. So right now is that, since as mentioned, the 9 base stations in Singapore is receiving the sets of same GNS signal. In this case, maybe I highlight is GPS at each devices. So the signal will be received by these 9 base stations, and it will be so-called rubber stamp, create digital signature, and then they will broadcast out. For example here, it will be broadcast out at the so-called one reference station through the SLA cloud and all the way to 4G, 5G internet cellular network, go to the so-called edge devices. In the event of any spoof signal, it's also transmitting a full smooth signal, a fake signal. So the edge devices, maybe autonomous car, drone, or mobile phone, they will be receiving 2 sets of signal. One set is the so-called the real GPS signal. The other set is the fake GPS signal. But however, the real GPS signal has been rubber stamped, digital signature, and therefore, the so-called, since the spoof signal has no digital signature, definitely the edge devices will know that it is a fake signal and you'll reject it. And this is how current system is work. But however, this solution is dependency on the edge. So imagine we have so-called 1 million handphone. So we need this 1 million handphone to communicate with our so-called Singapore cellular network communication. So it is very hard to so-called scale because there's 1 million handphone and there's many edge devices out there. So I think a Singapore authority feel that there is a problem in terms of scalability. So therefore, instead of relying on the edge devices like mobile phone also got different brand, got Apple, got Samsung, got Huawei, there's many brands. And of course, there's a need to make sure every subscriber of the edge devices subscribe to the cellular network, which is not possible. So we are thinking of go to the next phase, whereby we base on the reference device approach. So the proposal is that try to develop a multi-modal anomaly detection and predictive spoofing and jamming analysis at the base station, or rather the core station, and this is what we call core solution. We are trying to integrate multi-modal information such as features like eye spectrum, pseudo-range, and data stream at each core. And therefore, after that, we can use AI, ML models engine to build a GNS anomaly signature database. As you see from the slide here, for example, on the right-hand side, the core 1 station has been suffering a spoofing attack to the edge devices like a car or autonomous drone, etc. But at the same time, this spoofing signal is also reaching the core networks, core 1. But however, the rest of the core network, it is free from spoofing, free from jamming, etc. So through all this ML engine, we can correlate actually which region has been suffered attack. And this is very important because next phase of so-called in Singapore, by next year, all the so-called the route pricing no longer based on entry, but based on satellite. So whenever we pass through an area, Singapore authority will charge based on the distance travel, based on the major information that collect from these satellite systems called GNS. So therefore, there's a need to ensure all this so-called information is protected. So at the same time, since we are proposing a multi-modal informations at the core stations, this proposal also allows 3 countries to work together to share that so-called attack informations. So therefore, for example, Singapore Core Network, which is maintained by our Singapore Land Authority, Sirens, and of course Indonesia, INACOR, and of course Philippine Core will be the PitchNet. All these 3 parties can share that so-called signature database to build a GNS signal integrity knowledge for the ASEAN Secure Committee. So that is the purpose for, one of the purpose for this so-called proposed solution. And of course, what is the impact that bring about doing these proposed solutions, and why it is feasible? This because the 3 countries can enable cross-validation of attack patterns and model training for robust GNS anomaly detection system. To achieve the most important, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Since there are 55 core stations in Philippines and 484 core stations in Indonesia, and of course in Singapore, there is 9 of them. So all these 3 countries can work cooperative to ensure the attack pattern can be shared. And what is the scientific and technology impact bring across? We are shifting the GNS anomaly detection from the vulnerable edge devices to the secure core infrastructures. Among these so-called 3 country core stations, using multi-modal ML and AI integrations of the eye spectrums, pseudo-range, and data stream for the preemptive threat detection before the attack propagates to the end user. At the same time, we also pioneer some machine learning approach across all these 3 different core networks, creating robust AI models on these diverse attack vectors across the 3 countries, while at the same time establish the ASEAN as a global leader in the AI-driven GNS integrity solutions. As for the social impact, we are trying to protect the critical infrastructure, especially just now, as mentioned, protecting the Manila airport's safety, maritime navigation along the South China Sea, autonomous vehicle, emergency service, and of course the financial systems. At the same time, we also try to protect the ASEAN digital economy by addressing all these so-called Grab hiring fraud, be it Grab or Gojek, by protecting the system itself. And of course, for Singapore, we are trying to protect the Singapore satellite-based ERP toll collections. And this will enable the trustworthiness of this smart city infrastructure rollout. In terms of collaborative impacts, we are trying to establish a 3-country national so-called research partnership between Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore, where each nation will contribute that unique threat intelligence and create a collectively AI model. And as mentioned just now, we want to achieve the whole is greater than the sum is part while maintaining individual data so-called confidentiality. And of course, this also creates a blueprint for the regional GIS security cooperation between the academic and government industry. And of course, down here, the team comprises of a few members. First will be from NTU, of course, University of Glasgow, Singapore, and so-called Prof. Taru from University of Philippines, which just now given a speech just now. And of course, Indonesia part will be Prof. Lin Yola, and of course, most important thing is the respective so-called core representative, example from SLA, and of course, from Indonesia and Philippines, and the so-called another professor from University of Tokyo, and currently is a CDO of Location Mine in Japan. And last but not least, what is the outcome that we want to achieve? As mentioned just now, by developing this GNS API software, with these trained AI models that deploy across this core network, we are able to allow all these open source code-based detection algorithms to be shared, of course, with this data fusion pipeline. And most importantly, is validated across the 3-country national infrastructure. And new application domain will be able to enable with a secure GNS applications, such as all these low economic, so-called auto additive economics, and of course, all these GNS verified carbon credit systems of sustainability, agriculture, etc. And in terms of social outcome, we want to make sure that we're able to create a technical documentation for this multi-modal GNS anomaly detection, and perhaps become one of the IO standards for all these core-based positioning integrity. And most importantly, because of the use of the so-called GNS is very prevalent, we want to create a trained workforce for GNS security, especially across the 3 nations, through various workshops and of course certification programs. And of course, in terms of cooperative outcome, because these 3 countries work together, respective partnership, we were able to create a joint IP with all these patent file for all these multi-modal anomaly detections. And outcome here, in terms of cooperative, definitely the 3-country core operators were able to have more discussions and definitely create the next generation GNS researcher across ASEAN Institute. Finally, the target in summarize is that we want to target to solve critical threat in terms of GM jamming, spoofing, and of course, we want to make sure we protect the infrastructure for various applications, especially all these smart city IoT, maritime and aviation safety. And the method, in terms of innovation, we are shifting from the edge to the core, such that we can achieve the whole is greater than the sum is part. And in terms of multi-modal AI, we are linking various features at the network level and create the so-called intelligence before the attack propagate. In terms of safety impacts, we are creating an infrastructure-based GNS security paradigm with open source, and of course, we try to submit. Eventually, if succeed, we can submit the standard to ISO for consideration. And last but not least, this social impact is to protect 680 million of ASEAN population, any incidents that occur due to GNS spoofing, jamming, etc., and of course, secure the economic systems. And of course, we want to train and improve our GNS security specially with this so-called cooperative partnership among the 3 nations. That's all for my sharing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Prof. Kit Xiao. Now I would like to open the floor for the question. Professor Ponchai.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Normally the radius or the operating range of each core station, they are quite far apart, like 50+ kilometers, while the radius of the jamming or spoofing influence is much smaller. How do you bridge these gaps? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because right now we are trying to shift from the edge to the network. So of course, this concern is valid. Thank you very much for the questions. Currently, we are, based on the Singapore context, and of course, based on the Philippines, Indonesia, we are trying to identify so-called the regions. We are not identifying a particular user. We are trying to identify a particular so-called, when they spoof or when they jam, we are trying to solve a mass attack rather than individual attack. If individual attack, definitely we can base on just now each device solution. So definitely along the way, we will definitely need to think about what is the so-called the attack vectors that we want to solve. So currently, we are trying to solve so-called a mass attack, where the so-called the communication attack will be slightly longer. Yeah.
More like a large scale.
Yeah, correct.
Like event.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your system depends on digital signature, and to detect the spoof GNSS, how can you trust your GNSS device not to be faked spoofed GNSS?
Yeah.
And the second one is so please the first one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
How do you trust on? You use TPM hardware module or only software module?
Okay. So for the first solutions, just I mentioned digital signature, definitely it relies heavily on the edge because you are trying to get the GNS signals, then you create a hashing digital signatures and then broadcast to the edge. So of course this is not scalable. So therefore we are trying to propose at the network level, at each core level, they have been installed with a trimmer alloy. Trimmer alloy is a GNS receiver. So therefore, we are collecting features like all these RF features like C/N, carrier to noise ratio, collecting so-called the carrier clock bias, and of course, all these so-called carrier phase information, and the raw so-called navigation message data. So from there, collected by this so-called receiver at the core, then we try to correlate information among all the core stations. Basically, it's a multi-model visions to these AI engines, and then in a normal situation, the output will detect that there's no anomaly. But then, when there is a so-called attack here, the signature will change from the norm, because early on, we really correlate among the core in terms of information. But then, right now, there's a spoofer. The information they send, they cannot be influenced. Example, 9 core stations at the same time. Okay, so therefore they may only affect one. So example, clock bias is only affecting, if you attack, you're only affecting core 1. You're not affecting the rest. So, but however, early on when we train the model, we already train in terms of correlation among all the networks, and therefore this anomaly detection can be easily smoothed out. Yeah.
Also because GNSS device may be faked and send as well spoof signal as well.
Yeah.
And the second one is normal GNSS device can be attacked and can have abnormal behavior, and your system have to detect the anomaly behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Correct. So we are so-called detecting at the core, not detecting at the edge. Detecting edge, I think in phase 1 already developed, but then it is not scalable. Yeah. At the core level, we can correlate. Yeah.
Okay, so because of the time limit, I would like to thanks to
okay.
our
Thank you very
professor
much,
for your
everyone.
presentation.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to close the session. We will have a 30 minutes break. We will be back by 3:40. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the tea break. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Just a reminder to come back here again at 3:40 sharp. Thank you. University of Computer Studies, Yangon, Myanmar. Yeah, so please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our session, ICT for Secure and Smart Community 2. There are two presentations in our session. Let me invite the first presenter, Mr. Marcus Tang, to present the Envisioning a Secure, Hyper-Connected Future, Cybersecurity for 5G, 6G, and beyond.
Hello, afternoon. My name is Marcus Tan. So I head up the cybersecurity department in I2R. So in that department, I work with a team of 30 plus researchers working on the various R&D challenges in the cybersecurity domain. So the title of my talk today, Envisioning a Secure, Hyper-Connected Future, Cybersecurity for 5G, 6G, and beyond. So we are moving into a world that is increasingly hyper-connected, from smart cities to autonomous systems, from drones to IoT devices, all powered by the next generation wireless networks. But connectivity alone is not enough. We must ensure that these networks are also secure and trustworthy. That's why today I'll be speaking about cybersecurity for 5G, 6G, and beyond, and how we can safeguard the communication backbone of our digital society. This will set the stage for the rest of the talk, where I'll share some of the opportunities, risks, and ongoing initiatives we are working on at A*STAR to prepare for this future. As we step into the next generation of connectivity, 5G and 6G will power our future economies. These networks are not just about faster speed. They are the digital backbone for autonomous cars, drones, smart factories, and smart cities. Entire industries and societies will depend on them. All of these run on the same connected infrastructure, and with that level of dependency, a single serious cyber incident could have consequences that will impact at the national or even global scale. So if we fail to secure these networks, we don't just risk the infrastructure, but we also are talking about the national security. So securing a hyper-connected 5G and 6G networks is no longer optional. It is the foundation for trust, resilience, and future innovation. So let's talk about, when we move to 4G, from 4G to 5G, what are the challenges? So as we transition from 4G to 5G, the architecture of networks has fundamentally shifted. And with this shift comes both great opportunities and new security challenges. In 4G, networks are largely hardware-centric, relying on proprietary equipment, hardware. The attack surface was narrower, more controlled. But in 5G, everything is becoming software-centric, with cloud-native functions, virtualized network functions, APIs, and AI-driven services. This brings agility and flexibility, but it also introduces many new vulnerabilities. Every software layer becomes a potential target for attackers. This means defending 5G isn't just about the hardware anymore. The 5G core itself has become a critical battleground. So unlike 4G, which was mostly hardware-centric, 5G is highly virtualized, cloud-native, and software-driven. That shift expands the attack surface dramatically. Let's look at some of these attack surface. Cloud-native function, or CNF. These are software functions designed to run in containers orchestrated by Kubernetes. They bring agility and scalability, but also new risk. A single misconfiguration or weak container policy can compromise critical network behavior. Virtualized network functions, or VNF, these run on hypervisors and orchestration platforms. Multi-tenancy means a single weak spot could be abused to spread across multiple network slices. API and service exposure. 5G relies heavily on APIs for its service-based architecture. But every exposed API is a potential entry point for attackers if not secured properly. Management and orchestration acts as the brain for the network, coordinating slices and services. On top of that, AI is increasingly used as an optional helper in 5G, optimizing resources, detecting anomalies, and managing traffic. But there's a risk. If Mano is compromised or if attackers poison AI inputs or manipulate its decisions, the effect can cascade across the system, misdirecting traffic, suppressing alerts, or even enabling large-scale service disruption. Furthermore, the 5G core connects both to the RAN on one side and the internet on the other side. That means threats can come from both directions. Security must defend the core against attacks from all sides and inside simultaneously. So in short, defending 5G isn't about protecting just one door. It's about securing every layer, every interface, and every direction of attack. The 5G core must be fortified simultaneously against threat coming from the RAN, the internet, and even within its own virtualized function. And this complexity creates unique challenges for 5G security. We have latency-critical requirements like URLLC, billions of devices through massive IoT, exposed API and services, risk from slice misconfiguration, and even AI decision manipulation. Now here's something to note. For enterprise, 5G security is a commercial driver. If their private 5G network is compromised, their entire business operations, factories, logistics, services could be disrupted. That's why they will pay for a cybersecurity solution. For governments, 5G security is a national security necessity. Even if cybersecurity for public 5G networks is not as commercially lucrative as private 5G, public 5G networks carry critical infrastructure and essential services. Any compromise there could have nationwide consequences. So while both perspectives are connected, the motivations is different. Enterprise invest to protect business interests, while government act to protect national cyber resilience. I believe the commercial potential of a cybersecurity solution is far greater in private 5G networks than in public 5G deployments. End users generally assume that cybersecurity in public 5G is the telco's responsibility. They expect security to be built in, and they generally are not willing to pay extra for it. But the situation is very different in private 5G networks. Here, enterprises deploy their own private 5G cores, tightly integrated into their operations, whether in factories, logistics, or critical infrastructure. In this case, the private 5G network becomes part of their enterprise network itself. Any vulnerability in private 5G, in this case, can compromise the entire cybersecurity posture of the enterprise. And this is where the commercial opportunities open up. Enterprises are, in effect, in a way, becoming their own telco. But while they see the values in running private 5G, many do not have the telco grade technically and operationally to manage the cybersecurity challenges that come with it. So this creates a strong market opportunity for 5G cybersecurity service providers who can step in to fill that gap. This is why the real commercial opportunity for 5G cybersecurity lies in private 5G. Enterprises have both the need and the willingness to invest to protect their operation. But at the same time, I want to stress that while money is in the cybersecurity solutions for private 5G networks, cybersecurity in public 5G is still important. These are national infrastructure. Any compromise at scale is not just about business problem, but a national security issue. So in short, the commercial potential is in cybersecurity for private 5G, but the strategic imperative is to secure both private and public 5G networks. So as enterprises adopt private 5G, the next frontier they must secure is the 5G edge, which offers immense value, but also opens up brand new attack services. So the 5G age is a new frontier of connectivity. By pushing compute power closer to devices, we unlock ultra-low latency, better local control of sensitive data, and reduce backhaul traffic. This is what enables mission-critical applications like remote surgery, factory automation, AR, VR, and autonomous transport. But the edge also comes with its own risk. Edge nodes are often physically exposed, making them vulnerable to tampering. These attack surfaces become highly distributed with many more points to secure. And the supply chain risk is real. Compromised hardware or backdoors in edge devices firmware could undermine entire network. And to make the edge truly viable, we need to rethink how security is built in. Zero trust models, every access request must be verified continuously and contextually. Hardware roots of trust embedded directly in devices to verify firmware integrity and ensure that equipment has not been tampered with. Continuous monitoring, because the edge is dynamic and distributed, and we need real-time visibility across thousands of nodes to detect and contain attacks early. Without these safeguards, the edge risks becoming the weakest link and open doors for attackers to bypass secure 5G calls and compromise enterprise or even national infrastructure. So as the 5G expands towards the edge, the attack surface grew even wider. And this sets the stage for an even bigger gap, a bigger leap where we move from 5G to 6G, where intelligence, sensing, and AI will be built directly into the network fabric. Now let's look at what's the difference when you move from 5G to 6G, whereby AI shift from being optional in 5G to becoming central in 6G. So in 5G, networks become largely software-centric, which give us flexibility, but also expanded the network attack surface significantly. AI was introduced, but only as an optional helper, something that could optimize or assist in certain processes, but not essential to the whole network itself. But in 6G, there's a profound shift. Instead of AI being an add-on, it becomes AI native by design. AI will be built directly into how the network operates, including real-time autonomous resource management at every layer, from the air interface to the way data flows across the network. AI at the edge. In 6G, native hosting and training of AI models can happen directly at the network edge to allow decisions to happen in real time, close to where the data is generated, reducing latency and opening up new applications that weren't possible before. So in summary, while 5G expanded capabilities but also vulnerabilities, 6G transforms AI into the central nervous system of the network. This shift opens up huge opportunities, but also raises new challenges for trust, security, privacy, and resilience. So these are the potential 6G AI vulnerabilities. AI model poisoning. Here, attackers inject malicious samples into the training pipeline, corrupting models so that they make wrong decisions in the telecom. So in the telecom network, that could mean misallocating spectrum or failing to detect threats. And we have other things like model extraction and IP theft. Attackers can reverse engineer AI models to steal proprietary control logic or replicate intellectual property. And finally, AI decision manipulation. By subtly manipulating input telemetry, attackers can nudge AI threshold in their favor, misrouting traffic, degrading services, or bypassing protection. So these are just the first wave of AI vulnerabilities we should worry about. But as we go deeper into 6G, there are more systemic risks that will appear. For example, bias and discrimination, over-reliance on AI autonomy, AI supply chain risks, and privacy leakage from edge AI. So when we talk about AI in 6G, we need to prepare for not just adversarial attacks, but also structural risks that come from how AI is deployed at scale. Now, beyond AI-specific risks, there are other critical privacy and security challenges in 6G and 5G. For example, talk about user privacy related to ISAC, and also roaming security. So attackers will always target the weakest link. And right now, legacy networks interoperability is that weakest link. So how do we defend against all this? Basically being AI-aided defense and also defending the AI model used in 6G as well as zero trust. These are the two possible approaches. Okay, next, due to the time constraint, I will straight away jump to this telecom cybersecurity innovation. So in view of all these challenges and risks, how do we intend, what are we doing at I2R, A-Star, to prepare for this future? So we do it through this Telecom Cybersecurity Innovation Center. So the tagline of this is to build resilience and trust in Singapore's telecom infrastructure. And this is a project funded by CSA through the CRPO, and it will end middle of next year for phase 1. And the objective is to develop two platforms. One is the 5G attack platform for private 5G, and the other one is to 5G security integrated platform on how to do this detection of such attacks. So here, the special thing about this project is that we're looking at from R&D to commercialization. So the vision and mission for TSEC is to, right now we will work at looking at attacks and defense in private 5G. We will adapt it to public 5G later, and then going forward, beyond that is to evolve that to support 6G when it's ready by 2030. So our vision is to be a leading R&T and innovation hub in cybersecurity for 5G and beyond, advancing cybersecurity technologies and end-to-end network visibility to secure the smart cities. So in conclusion, I think telecoms technology will not evolve on its own. It will be a confluence of present and future technologies. Technologies like quantum computing, agentic AI, AGI, even people talk about ASI, physical AI, embodied AI. And then, of course, there will be different standards that come about. So with this, it will come with opportunities, but at the same time, we have to do it with care because there will be associated risk involved. So the real challenge ahead is to strike a balance to harness the opportunities while staying ahead of the risk. To sum up, let me leave you 2 key messages. The first is about opportunities, a hyper-connected future with faster speed, multiple devices, and intelligent services that will transform industry and societies. The second is about risk, AI vulnerabilities, inconsistent security policies across nodes and networks, privacy leakage, and the urgent need for resilience. Not just prevent attacks, but to recover quickly when breaches do happen. Securing the future of communications means embracing both sides of the equation. It requires innovation, vigilance, and collaboration across nations, industries, and research communities. So that's the journey ahead, and it is one that we all must work together. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Marcus Tan. Any comments or questions for the floor, please?
Thank you for your presentation. 5G and 6G network mostly based on IP infrastructure. That means besides traditional IP attacks, do you have another and specific network specific attacks like wireless network like 3G or 4G? Can you use other attacks for your attacks module?
Right.
Like traditional IP attacks,
right.
IP network attacks. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the question. It's a good question. So in the TSIC, we are looking at not just only IP attacks. That's on the right side, whereby the core connects to the internet. But I think on the right, the left-hand side, will be attacks from the RAN, for example. In TSIC, we are basically looking at the moment, the 3 particular attacks, the core network flooding attack, DGA. Okay, I agree that those are a bit related to IP, but Then the other one is we're looking at SIM cloning attack, for example. And the other one will be the roaming from 5G to 4G and vice versa. Because you have to ensure that the security policies it has to be end-to-end. You know, otherwise, when you roam from 5G, for example, to 4G, your security policies that is intact in 5G, it becomes exposed. You know, and then the user will be exposed to vulnerabilities and attacks. So yes, so these are the attacks that are quite specific to telco, not exactly IP. And hence, in our team, we have people who are, we have team members from both sides. People who are network, IP network specialists, as well as the telco specialists, the one who understand the, the traditional SS7, telco kind of traffic.
What are the two attacks you have implemented in your system until now?
Sorry?
You talk about two implemented attacks in the system. Yeah.
Yes, the two implemented attacks was the network flooding attack, basically the DDoS attack, flooding the core network itself. Second one is the DGA attack, whereby nowadays, malware use DGA algorithm. They will hide at the network, and then they will keep, instead of sending to a fixed IP address CNC C2 server, we use certain algorithm to access a certain URL, which consists of string of a randomly generated string. Yeah, so we have also implemented the ways to detect such attack from the core network itself. SIM cloning attack, we are almost there. I think we have a first version already. And remember the T-SIG project, we are working with STE Engineering, which is the biggest, at least in Singapore, the biggest defense and technology system integrator. So they are our partner. They will incorporate the outcome, the R&D outcomes of this T-SIG into their service offering to their existing clients. So they support, they have a wide network of clients, both locally as well as internationally. So I think the T-SIG key point is that we will be from R&D all the way to translation and commercialization. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Thanks, Sir. Okay, let me invite the next presenter, Ms. Enyemo, to present the HackerWeb Cybersecurity and Privacy Awareness and Personalized Multilingual Chatbot.
Good afternoon, honorable chairmen and participants. I'm Dr. Enyemo from Natural Language Processing Lab, University of Computer Studies, Yangon, Myanmar. It is my great pleasure today to be here to present our proposed work, HackerWeb Cybersecurity, Privacy Awareness, and Personalized Multilingual Chatbot. Cybersecurity and privacy risks threaten to undermine the benefit of ICT-driven development. Cyber attacks occur globally every 39 seconds, and 95% of breaches involve human error, and it often through phishing or mishandling malicious files. This incident disrupts essential services because it causes financial loss and erodes trust building in digital infrastructure. Moreover, it limits the potential of ICT to contribute to the sustainable development goals. Traditional security tools remain overly technical, costly, and inaccessible to many users. The digital transformation of ASEAN is challenged by rising cybersecurity and privacy risks, with human error driving most attacks. Moreover, existing tools are often too technical and medium-sized enterprises are vulnerable. It also lacks in personalization and language support for ASEAN users, and it delivers one-size-fits-all solution that fails to meet local needs. Therefore, in this work, HackerWeb introduced an AI-powered multilingual cybersecurity assistant that combine real-time threat detection, privacy risk awareness, and personalized conversational guidance. Pilots in ASEAN university and SMEs will evaluate improvement in awareness and safer practice with plan for regional expansion through localized datasets, browser extension, and gamified learning. By making cybersecurity accessible and inclusive, Hackaway will strengthen digital resilience and supports progress towards the sustainable development goals across ASEAN. Therefore, in this way, as the proposed method, Hackaway is developed as a hybrid ICT solution, integrating AI personalization with cybersecurity scanning tools. The core functions include conversational AI chatbot for personalized guidance, threat scanning tools such as URL find with categorization or risks, privacy risk detection for hidden permission trackers and web practice, user-friendly interface with interactive result history and progress tracking, browser extensions such as real-time scanning during browsing, and gamified learning such as quizzes, badges, and challenges to engage users. Community health platform for shared experiences, threat reporting, and PR learning. In integration with security API, it links to the ASEAN and global threat intel databases. For regional deployment, it collaborates with university, SMEs, and NGO for ASEAN-wide adoption. This is the model architecture for generated. It is based on the retrieval augmented generation architecture. As the domain knowledge cybersecurity database, the security bugs are collected and is converted into the chunks. And then it is embedded using the multilingual embedding model, and then they are stored in the Vector database. When the user asks a query, the query is preprocessed, such as sanitizing inputs, and it is checked for the ingestion detected. If ingestion is detected, readjust the query and generate with the predefined response. If it is not detected, the query is converted into the vector using the multilingual embedding model. The relevant chunks are retrieved from the vector database, and user information are saved in the user database. The retrieved chunks and user information are combined and sent it to the multilingual large language model, LLM, and then the final result or response is sent back to the user. The generated response is saved to the memory via the ranges to personalize the future response. This is the overall architecture for generative. As the scientific and technological impact, it enhances the AI training model because the method supports the development of smarter AI models that can detect, interpret, and respond to cyber threats in various languages. In cyber threat detection, by interacting with the user in their native language, the chatbot can more effectively raise awareness about phishing, malware, and social engineering attacks. In scalability and adaptability, the chatbot can be integrated across various platforms, such as a web mobile messaging application, and make it a flexible tool for cyber hygiene education globally. As the societal impact, it increases the cybersecurity awareness because it educates the individual in their native language, bridging the digital literacy gap and having users make safer online choices. In privacy empowerment, users become more aware of how to protect the personal data, leading to better individual and societal resilience against identity theft and fraud. Multilingual supports ensure non-English speakers and marginalized communities have equal access to vital cybersecurity knowledge. In digital trust building, It encourages trust in digital systems by promoting responsible online behavior and risk awareness. As the collaborated impact, the chatbot can be a shared open source or community enhanced tool, and it encourages contribution from international researchers, linguistics, and cybersecurity experts. Moreover, it can be adopted by governments, educational institutions, NGOs, and private sectors to promote cybersecurity training and awareness. As the scientific output, it demonstrates the cross-domain application by combining NLP, cybersecurity, and user engagement technology. Moreover, the output can be the benchmark datasets because the creation of annotated multilingual datasets related to cybersecurity awareness helpful for training and evaluating other AI systems. As the associated output, a freely accessible chatbot that can be used by the public for cybersecurity and privacy education. Moreover, the output can be the language-specific cybersecurity books or threat-related terminology databases that can be shared with the public or research community. As the collaborated output, the collaborating opportunities with the university, cybersecurity organization, language technology researcher, and international NGOs. Moreover, the formational team with the expertise in linguistics, cybersecurity, law, and education can be awarded. Let me conclude my presentation. Therefore, in this work, HackerWeb contributes to improve cyber literacy through adaptive learning to strengthen secure ICT ecosystem, and it builds trust resilience in digital system. Moreover, it provides multilingual, personalized, and locally relevant tools, and it supports ASEAN regions for a secure and smart community, and it reduces harm from cyber attacks, and it enables safer, more inclusive digital participation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Any comments and questions for the floor, please?
Hello, yes, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask, because your project is about trying to build a chatbot, right?
Yes.
And what will be the difference that you may provide with regard to those already available generative AI that could serve as the chatbot? Like we have many, like ChatGPT, Gemini, DeepSeek, yeah. So
Yes.
yeah, please try to comment on this. Thank you.
We mainly focus for the cybersecurity awareness, especially for ASEAN user, local ASEAN user. Yes, therefore, we would like to develop the chatbot for cybersecurity awareness for ASEAN members.
So yeah, what I meant is that we can use those tools to all the Asian countries, right? So how could this be a difference? That what you are going to build would be like how many years? 2 years on the road. Yeah,
Yes.
until then, yeah, what would be the thing that could be more difference?
Yes.
That would be specifically only for those in our Asian region. Yeah.
Yes, ChatGPT, Gemini AI, such as they cannot detect the real-time threat detection. Moreover, knowledge may be limited for local ASEAN user for cyber security policy, and rules. Policies and rules. Therefore, we develop especially for using the ASEAN security, ASEAN countries' security, privacy policy, and rules. Yes.
Any questions and comments?
Thank you for your presentation. Maybe a short question.
Yes.
What is your input to your system? What is query do you mean?
Yes. Input maybe can be various ASEAN languages. Yes. Yes,
That mean
we would like to develop for ASEAN countries. Yes, input can be the ASEAN languages.
That means the text user.
Yes,
give,
input
yeah.
can be text or image or
Image. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
If there is no answer or questions, thank you for your presentation. Yes. This is the end of our session. Thank you for participation.
Okay, thank you for all the speakers and the chair of these sessions. So the next session is going to be session 9, ICT for Advanced Technologies and Applications 1, and the chair is going to be Dr. Biplab Sikdar from NUS Singapore.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 9, ICT for Advanced Technologies and Applications 1. We have 2 presentations here today, and then the first one is titled Towards Society 5.0, Cross-Industry Open Service Platform and Invitation to Innovation Bridge at Tokyo. And our speaker today would be Aika Yamashita.
Good afternoon. This is Yamashita Aika from NICT. The presentation is Towards Society 5.0, Cross-Industry Open Service Platform and Invitation to Innovation Bridge at Tokyo. Beyond 5G is the next generation mobile communication system expected around 2030, and the future is the creation of new value through cross-industry services. However, architecture focused on this feature has not been successfully investigated. So to realize cross-industry services, it is necessary not only to advance elementary technologies, but to create a mechanism to connect them. NICT published the Beyond 5G 6C white paper. It shows the concept of cross-industry orchestration. In the bottom of this figure, there is a lot of system providers. To answer the request of service operators and users, we should pick up and combine different industries. This is a role of orchestrator. To understand the cross-industry orchestration, we also make three of orchestration stories: productive agriculture, reduction of CO2 emission, and reduction of disaster risks. This is a part of productive agriculture. For example, one town produced onions, while another faced shortage of onions for school lunches. So orchestrator is checking traffic digital scene, and it finds several drones are ready for immediate deployment. As a result, unused drones are deployed to transport onions to the school lunch factory. Like this situation, industrial collaboration can make things more efficiently. NICT's white paper is based on Society 5.0, which is the Japanese government vision. In the NICT's white paper also shows the architecture to grow the society sustainable. This is the PLC system. we not only showing the ideas and architectures, we also doing and working for POC systems. This POC is NICT is working for this POC system with some companies and institutions and labs and so on. This is some international conferences and exhibitions and international standardizations. As a place to make POC systems and visions come through, NICT will open Co-Creation Hub Innovation Bridge at Tokyo in March 2026 in Tokyo. Innovation Bridge at Tokyo aims at beyond 5G and 6G R&D innovations and design technology systems and ideas from various industry fields. Like this figure, technologies, systems, and ideas will matching, harmonization, and inspiration each other at Innovation Bridge at Tokyo, and it will lead new projects, POC and showcases, and social implementations. Our key strategies are agile prototyping and field demonstration, communication buildings, and technology integration. This is a floor map of Innovation Bridge at Tokyo. There are Lab Lounge and Collaboration Lab. Lab Lounge is a place where stakeholders from diverse backgrounds gather for open and free discussions and inspiring new ideas. Collaboration Lab is a hub where technologies, knowledge, and experiences combine to create new value. Collaboration Lab includes digital twin rooms, international collaboration rooms, regional collaboration room, and agriculture room. For example, in agriculture room, we will grow something using AI or digital twin. Actually, at Innovation Bridge at Tokyo, some activities has already started. AgriChain event discussed to realize cross-industry collaboration inspired by agricultural field. Zero Gravity event builds a community around Innovation Bridge at Tokyo and creating opportunities for collaboration within and beyond NICT. In these events, not only engineers or researchers is joining, but some various people from various backgrounds is participating. NICT presents our activities at major international exhibitions and conferences like MWC or Expo 2025. We look forward to collaborating with you. Thank you.
All right, so any questions for the speaker from the audience? Yes.
Yeah, this is a very good lab that you have and co-creation space. And maybe you could tell us more what can we collaborate with you, and maybe you can also talk a bit about the zero gravity event, why it is called that way, why it called zero gravity. You know? We know that the gravity is not zero. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. First, at the Innovation Bridge at Tokyo, as I introduced, there are some rooms, for example, digital twin or the international collaboration room or agriculture room. For example, now we preparing some POCs and it is open. So a lot of people gather at here and try some systems or try some systems, and we can discuss freely and open at lab lunch. This is introduce of Innovation Beach at Tokyo. And about why we call it Zero Gravity event. This is, we want to talk flat with people who has various background. So we named this event for building community as a Zero Gravity event. Thank you.
Is this place free to use by all, or we have to pay?
Yes, it is open. It is free and open.
Okay, it's an amazing place. You know, you have a digital twin that would be for educational purposes mainly. The digital twin area. So those will be like a kind of a virtual world that the people can go there and see the thing, and then, you know, for example, you want to open up a few things, the replica of what is exact in the real world. Yeah? Yeah. Just a comment, you know, this is a very, very good. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I just thank you for your presentation. As same as Dr. Chief, however, any condition to join the innovation bridge, any condition for partner or individual duo? Is there any condition or requirement? No.
I think the question is, are there any conditions or requirements to join this lab? Or anybody can join?
Yes, thank you for your question. Everybody can join this at this Innovation Bridge at Tokyo.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kento Rishis from NICT. Actually, I'm a colleague of the presenter, and actually this place is open, but we need some contract actually. So we are still discussing what is the scheme, but I think, for example, collaborative research agreement, for example, we need to fix the goal to use this one. So maybe sooner or later, we will provide the scheme how to use this one. But I would really appreciate if you assume this area and propose some project and do something in this space. It's very good because it's a very, very nice place in front of the Tokyo station. It's we invite a lot of people from outside of NICT, so we can showcase the project with you. So it is really appreciated to propose any project. Please try to access me or the presenter. We can discuss, and we're really looking forward to do jointly. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, one more question there.
Thank you for your explanation, because I see very, very interesting with cross-industry orchestration, and in my for me, it's very, very important to have many data for any system, and so that we have to develop or to have a way to how to collect the data from different systems in the industry. Many industry you noted here, yeah? You showed in this, not only in power system, traffic management, and so on and so forth. So we need a lot of sensor device, for example. That means we need data and how we can develop the platform for data collection. It's my suggestion only, not the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? All right, then we'll thank Yamashita-san. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right, the second presentation is TN-NTN, Convergence for Ubiquitous Connectivity in Future Networks. And the speaker, I don't need to introduce, he has been doing the emceeing for all day, but just for the sake of it, the speaker is Ernest Kunariwan from A-Star, Singapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much, everyone, for this opportunity to present our work and to share with you the results. So in these presentations, I'll be sharing the project that we did on TN-NTN convergence for ubiquitous connectivity in future networks. So this project is in collaborations with NICT, and it was supported by IMDA Future Communications Programs under International Research Collaborations. So the background is we know that providing ubiquitous connectivity to connect the unconnected is one of the overarching goals in IMT 2030 vision of 6G. We know that using terrestrial network alone, we cannot provide the global coverage because we still have coverage holes, and especially in the areas like open sea for cruise ships, as well as in areas like mountains or deserts. Terrestrial network cannot reach those coverage areas. On top of that, in the scenarios whereby the disaster occurs, be it can be due to earthquake, natural disasters, or it could even due to war, when terrestrial network infrastructures could be destroyed. In such scenarios, in order to bring back the communications infrastructures, non-terrestrial network is a key technologies. However, integrating non-terrestrial network and terrestrial network introduces its own set of challenges. So one of the most obvious challenges would be the heterogeneity of the quality of the links, because NTN, you can achieve NTN using either aerial base stations or you can use satellites. So although aerial base stations can give you the flexibility of deploying new base stations at a very quick manner, due to the movements as well as the propeller, if it's based on the propeller, there's going to be a very high varying channel quality. And then if you talk about the geostationary satellites, although in terms of coverage, it can cover a very huge area, due to the distance from the ground, it's usually introduced a very significant transmission latency. Whereas if you talk about LEO, the distance is not as significant as GEO, but because of the high speed in orbiting the Earth, there's going to be a very significant Doppler spread introduced. So this heterogeneity of the links, coupled with the variations or different requirements for different UEs in terms of the QoS level that they need, bring about the challenge of deciding how are we supposed to allocate the users to which access platforms. And once we decide that associations, we also need to solve the problem of how we should allocate the different resources to all these different users. So this project is trying to address this very particular challenge, and we would like to propose effective methods to tackle the problem of user associations, resource allocations, as well as how best to place the aerial access point in an integrated TN and NTN systems. So this diagram shows the illustrations of the systems that we considered in this study. So we have, on the ground, we have a few base stations installed, and also there's a number of UE that has to be served, and each of these UE has a different requirements in terms of QoS. So for simplicity, we consider two different groups of users. One group of users is EMBP users, means they require very high transmission throughput, but not so much on a low latency. And another group of users for the URLLC users, which prioritize on having a low latency transmissions, but not as high traffic throughput requirements. On top of these ground base stations, we also have aerial base stations, as well as satellite base stations. In terms of the frequency reuse, there's going to be interference within the access platform, as well as across access platforms. So here, in these diagrams that I showed, different ground base stations will have a frequency reuse, so there's going to be some interference among them. And on top of that, the bandwidth that's being used by the satellite communications is also shared together with the bandwidth that is being used by the ground base stations as well as the aerial base stations. So again, there are going to be some interference, cross-platform interference over there. As I mentioned, what we are interested in is given a set of users with the different requirements, how we should associate the users to the different platforms and how we should assign the different resource blocks to them. So in order to solve that resource allocations problems, we formulate into these optimization problems. Of course, I'm not going to go through details into how this expressions is being formulated, but what I want to point out is that we introduce a few decision variables. So decision variables A is user association variables, means it's equal to 1 if the UE is assigned to a particular base stations. And we also introduce decision variables B, which is the resource block allocation banner variables. Another decision variables is the Q. So Q define the locations of the UAV. And lastly, the coverage boundary variable C would be to determine whether a certain user is within the coverage area of a certain base stations. And along with these maximizations formulations, we have a few constraints that we have to satisfy. The first constraint is to make sure that the UE can only be assigned to a certain G node B when it is within the coverage area, which is the basic requirements. So the second constraint is that the one users can only associate with one access platforms. So this is again for simplicity. We do not allow coordinated multi-point transmissions in this case. And the third constraint is to say that each resource block can only be assigned to one user. And here we do not allow advanced techniques like non-orthogonal multiple access. For the fourth constraint is the minimum data rate, so that the UE, when it's served, it can satisfy the QoS requirement. Constraint 5 and 6 is pertaining to the UAV to make sure that it's safe operation, so it doesn't exceed the maximum speed and it's not being too close to one another. Whereas constraint 7 and constraint 8 is related to the resource blocks that's being assigned. So in these projects, we propose two methods to solve that optimization problems. So the first one is to use multi-objective evolutionary algorithms based on diverse adaptive decompositions, or we call it MOEA DADE in short. This is an enhancement of the previous methods of MOEA-D. And for this enhancement, we are actually introducing three novel ideas. The first one is multi-strategy mutations, meaning throughout the evolutionary process of finding the best solutions, we allow the algorithms to change the mutation strategy. And this is based on the observations that depending on where you are at the solution space, a certain mutation strategy performs better than the others. For the second one is a distance-based external population maintenance, and this is to avoid being stuck at the local optimal that is not performing very good. And the third one is on sparsity-guided adaptive weight update, and this is to help with the convergence speed so that we can find the good solutions much faster. And in terms of decision variables, we use this factor X, which comprises of access association variables nu, resource block allocations omega, and UAV trajectory L. So this is the first method that we come up with. The second method that we come up with is to use a heterogeneous multi-agent deep reinforcement learning approach. So in this case, the illustration here shows that we simply assume that the each UAV and each UE is an independent agent that performing on its own, and they're all interacting with the same wireless environment. They decided to take what's action next and observing the wireless environments to see what reward it's getting. So for the UAV, the state of the UAV is essentially the locations of the UAV as well as the aggregate throughput that the UAV achieved, considering all the UEs that's associated to it. And in terms of the actions that the UAV can take is the movement. So again, by right, UAV can move in any way they like, but in order to limit the dimension of the action space, we assume that the UAV can only take 4 different actions, so either move forward, backward, left, or right. And for the UE agent, in terms of the state of the UE, we define it as the experience data rate. And in terms of the actions of the UE is which GNodeP it should connect to, as well as how many resource blocks it should be assigned. In terms of the implementations, both the UEFI agent and the UE agents is using the double dwelling DQ network, or D3QN in short. And the reason why we choose this D3QN is because first, it avoids instability issue that is faced in standard Q learning methods. Second is because it reduces the overestimations of the Q value by decoupling action selections from evaluations. And thirdly, it's also improved the value approximation stability by decomposing the Q functions into state and advantage functions. So these are the two proposed methods that we come up with in order to address the optimization problems that I showed in the previous slides. So the impact of this work, the benefit that we can get by using our proposed algorithms is that first, we can increase the number of users that can be served. So there are more users that can satisfy the required QoS. And second, we can optimize the utilization of the resource, both in terms of resource blocks as well as the utilizations of the RL base stations. And thirdly, although we try to maximize as much as possible the overall throughput, we also take into consideration the fairness among the different users. So we don't want to maximize throughput while sacrificing some of the users. So in terms of output and outcome, this is the performance curve that we obtained from our first method, with this multi-objective evolutionary algorithms. The leftmost graph is showing the Pareto trade-off. So in the x-axis, we have a normalized negative total throughput, so the smaller it is, the better. And on the y-axis, we have a variance of a normalized throughput. Again, the lower, the better. And we're comparing our proposed MOEA-DADE with the original baseline algorithms of MOEA-D. And just for completions, we also include the genetic algorithms, vanilla genetic algorithms in the evaluations comparisons. And as you can see, in terms of a Pareto front, the green line, which is our proposed method, is the one that's closest to the 0, 0, which shows that its performance is the best. The graph in the middle shows the average total data rate. So compared to the original MOEA-D, we can achieve about 20% improvements in total data rates. And on the rightmost figures, which shows the normalized rate variance, which is essentially the fairness among the different users, we can achieve comparable fairness with the original MOEA-D. Okay, so this one is the results that we obtained using our second method, which is based on heterogeneous multi-agent deep reinforcement learning approach. On the left-hand side, you can see the comparisons of the QoS success rate. And for comparisons, we use the vanilla deep Q learning network, as well as the greedy heuristics. And as you can see, the value of using the deep Q learning and the proposed heterogeneous multi-agent deep reinforcement learning is quite significant compared to the greedy heuristic algorithms. And then compared both the DQN as well as our proposed heterogeneous MADRL, for the low number of users, these two algorithms performs quite comparable. But as we increase the number of UEs to be beyond 50, we can see that our proposed algorithm starts performing better. And on the right-hand side there, it's just to show you that our proposed heterogeneous multi-agent deep reinforcement learning is able to converge within a reasonable time. So within 500 episodes, we can converge to the good solutions already. So in conclusions, within this work, we address the user association and resource allocation problems in integrated TN and TN systems. We propose two methods, one based on evolutionary algorithms and another based on a multi-agent deep reinforcement learning approach. And we show that the proposed method is able to achieve higher overall throughput, satisfying more users while maintaining the fairness among users. And in terms of future works, these are the things that currently we are trying to pursue, and we are also finding collaborations. So if any of you are interested in pursuing in any of these, feel free to talk to me. We can discuss further on how we can collaborate. So the first one is on integrated TN and TN-based resilient connectivity and sensing for smart maritime operations. So this is especially true in Singapore because Singapore is a global maritime hub. So we are planning to increase the capacity of our ports by almost like double by 2040. And we really need smart port operations with automations, and to enable that connectivity, ubiquitous connectivity is essential features to achieve that. Second one is intelligent network for universal integrated TN and TN. So this is looking at the trend right now because satellite communications that is operational right now are not based on 3GPP, and we know that 3GPP is coming. So in the future, we have kind of like expect that there's going to be a hybrid kind of connectivity whereby there will be modems that's able to connect to both non-3GPP and 3GPP satellite communication networks. And in there, how we can achieve a universal integrated TN and TN would be an interesting area to look into. So this includes like how we can incorporate AI for autonomous network operations, cross operators, roaming. All these factors will be dealt with within this work. And the third one is on 3GPP NTN terminal and MIMO in payload, incorporating multiband, multibeam ESA. So on top of the network side of innovations, we also need to innovate on the modem side. We want to have modems that's able to connect to multiband with multibeam, electronically steerable array. And finally, new architecture with cooperative swarm nanosatellite constellations is also one interesting area that we are considering. All right, so with that, I conclude my presentations, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ernest. Questions from the floor?
Thank you very much for your presentation. In your work, you look at multi-agent scenario, right?
Yes.
For the second and the third layer, particularly the second layers, what's the constraint on the data rate or multi types of data? Because drone now, they can transmit videos or some other data as well, right?
Yes. So within this study, we kind of like abstract that away. So the drones, we assume that it has a certain number of resource blocks. So resource block is a time and a frequency resources. In terms of constraint, what we wanted to ensure is the safe operations. So if you remember on the formulations of the optimization problems, I do put like the maximum velocity of the drones. So we make sure that it doesn't like travel beyond what it's capable of, and it's also the minimum distance. We have to ensure that two drones are not too closely to one another, otherwise it can be very dangerous, can collide, and the system might break down. But in terms of what each drone is capable of right now, because we don't do real like hardware simulations with the real base stations, so we just kind of like abstract them away. And in terms of how much throughput each drone can support, it's just based on number of resource blocks that we allow each space station to assign to the different users.
So Ernest, you're talking about Dopplers and all those things in the beginning, right? So did you actually deploy any of these, or you're flying around drones, or this is just a mathematical exercise?
Yeah, so drones maybe not so bad. The Doppler is really a real problems when you talk about LEO. So LEO satellites, when they orbit the Earth, the speed is really, the Doppler is in terms of like hundreds of kilohertz, and that could make the communication link detrimental. But again, it's all theoretical. There's no like actual hardware simulations in this.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else would like to ask a question? If not, then thank you very much, Ernest.
Thank you very much.
And I guess that concludes the session. And Ernest, maybe you want to conclude the day.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, again, for attending these sessions. That will be the end for today. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. And the session of the repair room a little delayed than program, behind the program, and about 5 minutes. So I hope everyone staying here for the final conclusion of this program, this forum. Okay.
Okay, please be seated, everyone, for the closing remark. Those of you who are still outside, could you please come in? Okay, so the final item in the agenda will be closing, which will be delivered by Dr. Yano Hirayuki, Chair of ASEAN IVO Steering Committee. Please, Yano-san.
Yeah. Thank you for your kind introduction. My name is Hiroyuki. Good evening, everybody. I guess you are very tired. Get tired. But so this is the today's last session, the last event of the closing remarks. So good evening, everyone. My name is Hiroyuki Ano, and Vice President of University, and also I'm a chairperson of the ASEAN IVO Steering Committee. Okay, thank you. And in this morning, our President Deiki Tokuda mentioned that we have 10 years has passed since the start of the ASEAN IVO's activities. So, and with the participating into the institutions now exceeding 100 organizations, now we are reaching to the 104 organizations. So this is an indicator that ICT research and development is very important part of the ASEAN regions. So in this morning, the IMDA's director explains the activities on the ICT activities in Singapore. So, and I believe that many countries depend on the ICT technologies to development. And so it is very clear that ICT research is like you, ICT researchers like you all will play an important role in your countries and within the ASEAN regions. So I am very inspired and encouraged by your enthusiastic presentation today. We have I think that this event is the first two tracks meetings. So maybe until last year we had only one track, but many applications we got many applications. So we got in this year we have two tracks. So and your passion to exchange and passion to change and develop your countries through ICT. And as this forum has held parallel sessions for the first time, and I believe we had more times to present and discuss, which I hope you through was enough this time. And to solve the problems facing certain regions, it is not enough for one country to do it alone. It is essential for many countries to collaborate with each other. So it is my great hope that you will make the most of this opportunity to cross-border collaboration and development. So this is what ASEAN IVO aims to achieve. So I believe so that. Thank you very much for your presentation and participations. We are looking forward to receive your proposals. So this is just a proposal. The next time we got the proposals with the collaborations with another countries, organizations. So that is from me now. Thank you very much.